diamond ring wearing, kiss stealing, willing dealing, limo jet flying. We Ric Flairin' on her, flaring on her. We Ric Flairin' on her, flaring on her. Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing, kiss stealing, willing dealing, limo jet flying. We Ric Flairin' on her, flaring on her. We Ric Flairin' on her, flaring on her. It's apparent these girls staring. I'm Ric Flairin', gold across my chest. I'm fresh to death, I'm Paul Bearing, not at all scary. When I open like Betty Wops and find to these circles that's going in like a carry shot. Woo! I'm going in like a Mary Pop off that Mary Crop at the top flow at the Marriott. So questioning me is like questioning you. See, we the best dressed, so come and get blessed with the crew. Not one but two, different ways to slaughter your crew. Committed tat across the chest, I guess she blessed with the truth. People want to see them checks, representation of proof. Living through my elders trying to resonate to the youth. But ain't nothing to get my flash on. Longevity is heavily embedded in my melanin. Layman terms, I last long. My grind repetitive, I'm smoother than real silk. Lyrical cash cow who can't cry over spilled milk. We in here. You're talking to the Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing, kiss stealing, willing dealing, limo jet flying. We Ric Flairin' on her, flaring on her. We Ric Flairin' on her, flaring on her. To the Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing, kiss stealing, willing dealing, limo jet flying. We Ric Flairin' on her, flaring on her. We Ric Flairin' on her, flaring on her. This ain't no normal situation, this preparation with greatness. Industry full of fakeness, it's really up for the taking. See, life is what happened to you, more so how you take it. Don't get stripped of your knowledge and mentally leave you naked. I like to live otherwise. I'm sorry that I'm fresh to death. I put the polo and apologize. See, black son, we ain't nothing like the mother guys. Quit to socialize, we organize, then we mobilize. Off the deep end like a scuba diver. And no confusion, just keep it pushing like Uber drivers. Woo! Business fresh just like a supervisor in a Gucci visor. Can't find a smoother rhymer. You're talking to the Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing, kiss stealing, willing dealing, limo jet flying. We Ric Flairin' on her, flaring on her. We Ric Flairin' on her, flaring on her. You talking to the Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing, kiss stealing, willing dealing, limo jet flying. We Ric Flairin' on her, flaring on her. We Ric Flairin' on her, flaring on her.
Yeah, DQ baby. Shout out that boy Meac for that fire track. Hey, Black Sun, sun up. What's up, Vinny Vegas? What in Vegas? Yeah. Shout out Pharaoh's Kids, D-Phase. Yeah. Bubba C. Yeah. Ric Flairin' on him. Ric Flairin' on him. Ric Flairin' on him. Ric Flair, son up, baby.
Hey, yo, Scotty, we back.
Yo,
Appreciate you for reaching out.
Star.
I'm like, hey, it's outspoken. A lot changed. Granted, the concept we still hosting. Giving you the fix you need when on the screen. The veteran, Captain Petty, giving you medicine. Come tap in. You know Scott gon' do what he do. Might not want to hear it, but here go the hard truth. Perry about the numbers, regret if you're not fact-based. When you run your lane, the numbers seem like a statue. Wait. Hey, Scotty, man, I'm not feeling it. I don't think the people feeling it. Let me get in my bag a little bit, just showing what this outspoken really about to be like. Outspoken, this is more than conjecture. These days they laying people off. So glad that we got our own. Hunger insatiable, made for you if you say you objective. Hard truth offering, no offense, just perspective. Come get your dosage and go with me. We spit it like poetry. The pivot was pivotal. Could rhyme here, but I'd rather not. Some say Scotty, some call him Scott. The best one since Stewart. If you know, then you know. But if you don't, then you're lost. Let me be frank for a minute, cause we all know that's how Perry be. Break it down the game for what it was, no apologies. This my hypothesis, you tune in, you like watching it. It's common sense, obvious, competent, rugged, and confident. Hey, we outspoken. We outspoken. We outspoken. This is outspoken, and we gon' put on a show, even if we hear you say I can't. It's outspoken.
Hey, backpack. I think we got another one. They think we can do it.
What
What is going on, everybody? You already know what it is. Your boy Scotty back with another one, man. Hey, glad you could be in attendance for today because somebody's in the victor's circle. Listen, appreciate you, Bama's, for tuning in, but you already know this show is nothing without my brother from another. Give it up for my boy, Perry White. It's that time, Barry.
I can't even hear it.
You can't hear it?
I hear it, but I it's like I ain't getting the full effect like I was supposed to get. I'm not getting where all of that, I ain't getting it.
I probably listen. My stuff be acting up. I don't be knowing. Sometimes it works. Some days it don't work. I'll be like, hey. What?
I know what you meant though. I appreciate it.
I know. Anytime I try.
What's up, Scotty?
When it works, I try.
How y'all doing, man?
I'm doing well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing well, man. Real well.
You doing well?
These niggas prayed on my downfall.
How that work? How that's loud and clear?
These niggas prayed on my downfall.
That was as loud as clear as it get.
I might have to re-record that Southern jank then. That's probably why. It's probably why. Yeah.
These niggas prayed on my downfall. What? These niggas prayed on my downfall.
Who praying on your downfall?
All the Bama's out there in them streets that was waiting for FAMU to come up with the L, but we pulled it out, baby. We did it.
Is it just FAMU or is it just everything?
Oh yeah, that's a good point, Perry.
These niggas prayed on my downfall.
Good point, Perry.
I'm just trying to figure it out. Does this go beyond FAMU?
The niggas hating, man.
They be hating.
They be hating. So
hating.
Yeah, I take it. Oh man, thank you, SJ. I appreciate that, man. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, I appreciate that. Shout out to SJ. Yeah, so yeah, and that's a good point, Perry. They just praying for the downfall of OFFSCRIPT. It don't matter. I could have been rooting for the Girl Scouts. You know what I'm saying? It just be like, hey,
Boy Scouts.
If Scotty rooting for him, that's it. It's a done deal. We not rocking with it. We don't want nothing to do with it. So
what's up, everybody out there, man? Listen, I'm glad to be back. Hey, it's football season. We roll. It's time to roll now, Scotty. We in it.
Yeah, we here. We won. We about to see what everybody look like. We about to see what everybody look like now. Everybody got something to say.
I heard a lot of talks. I heard a lot of rumblings. I heard a lot of discussions. Heard a lot of arguments on why certain schools feel they should be who they feel like they should be when it comes to rankings and standings. Hey, now it's the time.
It's that time.
Now it's the time.
That time. And it's that
we'll
time.
Look up and it'll be
December. It's time to be elite. Elite 15 Coffee. Today's sponsor, as always, Black-owned, veteran-owned business. You already know what it is. Everything you need, we got it. Elite 15. My bad, P. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I wasn't talking about nothing.
So, you already know where we starting off with a little hot and viral. Okay? Hot and viral. And it can only be
what you
one
got?
Location. It can only be one stop. It can be one train all aboard to the foolishness of North Carolina A&T.
I'm like my guy right here. What we got now here? What we doing now here? What this is, young?
Thomas L. Jones Jr. writes, this looks like Facebook because them old people be on Facebook. Dear family, friends, fans, and folks of the Hampton University Marching Force, as you probably would have figured, the band would not be making the trip to Greensboro for the game against North Carolina A&T.
Why not? Scotty, why?
Their athletic department does not allow visiting bands to attend GO.
What? I'm sorry.
Since they prefer to sell those seats to accommodate the homecoming crowd, we will have to wait until 2026 to make the long-awaited return.
Is this not HBCU?
No, it's the CAA. It's the CAA.
My goodness. You mean to tell me there's an HBCU that told another HBCU, no, you can't bring your band? Because what? We gonna sell them seats?
We gonna sell them seats.
Not even though the PWIs on the big level, the Power 5 does that. Now, recall, I'm right here in Baton Rouge. That was some years ago. Texas and LSU played. The game was at Texas, right? Texas told LSU, right, you bring about 60 of y'all, but we're going to put you in the Raptors. They still found a place to put them, is what I'm saying. They didn't say, no, you can't bring a band.
Yeah.
They still found a place to put them. You mean to tell me North Carolina A&T, who's supposed to be blacker than black, said we don't want no parts of a black event?
Listen, P. All I'm saying is when you're in the suburbs, as long as you've been in the suburbs,
they call this whitewash.
You start moving a little different. It's funny to me, right? Because they'll be like, "Oh, Scotty," they'll tell us that we're not black because we went to the CAA and we left the Meac. No, they're calling you not black because you pull this stuff. This is why people are saying you're not black no more. It's because you done got with them white folk, and now the white folk done told you, hey, listen, you don't always have to invite the band. You know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, that's just what we do. But hey,
it's homecoming. You get the bands, Hampton. Both of y'all are the cousins anyway, and then you still not in. Both of y'all separate. Then you act bougie with the other bougie cousin. I can't believe this, Scotty.
Ain't nobody good enough. Ain't nobody good enough.
I just simply think in HBCU football, which you don't play a lot of, A&T, and the opportunity that you get to do it with a conference team who y'all the only two in the neighborhood, right? When you walk outside, you don't even wave at him to say, hey, when you see other black people in an all-white place,
yeah,
man, what's up, brother? Man, what's going on? How y'all doing? You turn your nose at them. You act like they not even good enough for you to speak to. That's what this feel like.
Yeah.
When there's two black folks in the neighborhood, y'all supposed to be, as the old folks say, thick as thieves. Y'all supposed to be the ones where, hey, yeah, I heard Miss On, yeah, you know how they do up the street around the corner, yeah. Y'all supposed to know all the tea, as they say.
Let me ask you this. Because I'm seeing in the comments, I don't know much about bands. You the band guy. They saying Hampton band ain't really.
It don't matter. It could have been anybody band.
No, what I'm asking, do you think they do this to another prominent band? Like if it's Southern, if it's Jackson, if it's Norfolk, like do they do that to those bands? Or is it just because it's Hampton and they feel like Hampton's band ain't worth it?
Clearly, I guess with this situation, it's supposed to be A&T's homecoming, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
And A&T, from what I saw, has sold out their homecoming. So clearly, they didn't even have an allotment for a section that said, you know what, visiting band. And look, you don't have to give a visiting band no space, right? I mean, the whole objective is home
field advantage. Yeah, home field advantage.
But when you have HBCUs, because this is an opportunity for the coach, you schedule them for homecoming for a reason, I thought.
That's fair, because you ain't getting that many black games anyway. You ain't scheduled Elon for homecoming. You ain't scheduled Campbell for homecoming.
And whether people care about the bands or not, this is our culture. Do the Magic City Classic and both bands don't show up. Do the Florida Classic and both bands don't show up. Do the Bayou Classic and both bands don't show up. State Fair, I can go on for days.
You know what's funny though? The 18 guy says any band our fans. Let me explain this. This is what I really feel. Your homecoming event is probably going to be, the homecoming festivities are going to be packed. The game, if you didn't schedule a black school, nobody's going to your football game. I want to be very clear. Nobody's going to that football game. So it's funny how you do it on one end to benefit you, but then when it comes with the culture, you exclude that part. You get what I'm saying? Like, if you scheduled Elon, ain't nobody going to that damn game. If you would have scheduled Campbell, if you'd have scheduled anybody in the CAA, outside of Hampton, nobody is going to that football game because nobody gives a damn. So you schedule the black school to get people in the game, but you won't let the black school bring their band.
You could have said, hey, man, y'all can bring 80 band, something. I just think, look, to each his own, right? To each his own. And at the end of the day, if this is what A&T wants to do, if they're going to find a way. I know over in the Swac, hey, it makes homecoming just that much better. It just gives you something to the culture. Once again, we're talking about HBCUs. And it's the whole premise. What everybody get on here and fight about every time we get on here and we talk, it's about HBCUs. It's about the culture. It's about black folks. It's about what we bring that other folks don't have. And then you tell a visiting band that they can't come. I get it if you selling seats or whatever, but why did you schedule them in the first place?
Just
it's supposed to be, this one is for the culture. That's what this is. And it's simple as that. Let's take everything away from it. I get it. Well, you know, we want to have the home field advantage. Why they need to even have a band. But you scheduled them for a reason to draw. And when people come to homecoming, the people of the culture just like a good band battle. Whether you going to say Hampton, sorry, A&T band ain't all that the way y'all be acting. Like y'all just, hey. But that's a story for another day. I'm just saying this one is for the culture. Thomas Jones Jr., man, hey, I hate it for you guys. I mean, I'm sure he used to be a band director at North Carolina A&T. So I'm sure he wanted to take his band down there, and that's why he made that post. It was plenty of friends, family, and alum that wanted to see him and come down and then bring his band, and that's how much closer it is. He used to be a band director at A&T. So you bring a former A&T guy with his band, that just creates even more excitement to the whole equation. I just think, man, I don't understand this right here. I've never heard this. This might be the first time, Scotty, I've ever heard this ever in HBCU where they said you can't bring your band. I've never heard that ever. And I've been around a while, and I'm pretty sure anybody been around longer than me, anybody been around, Mr. Campbell, have you even ever heard? I know you like to flex your age and say you've been around. Anybody ever heard where another school in the HBCU ranks told another HBCU, no, we not having it? Why are you laughing?
It's the way he said, no. You want some of this too, old man?
No. That's what this is. I've never heard this ever in my life. And I don't care how packed it is. Right? Southern against Jackson State. You think we'll ever tell FAMU versus Southern? Whoever the case may be.
Yeah.
Homecoming.
Like Alcorn's coming for y'all homecoming. Yeah.
Every band damn near comes to Baton Rouge, but amongst the other schools, even when it's homecoming, you welcome the other band because it creates that much. It's for the culture, nothing else. It's the culture. This is what we do. But now you starting to show me A&T Roy. I don't care how you put it. You starting to show me why you the cousin. You starting to bring the potato salad with the raisin now. You the potato salad with the raisin. You don't get invited to the party.
Listen, you start dating that white girl, you start bringing the green bean casserole to the cookout, you like, yo,
who the hell brought pumpkin pie? This supposed to be sweet potato.
There you go in his suit and tie. That'll be me. That'll be me. Oh, you guys got to try it. Oh, Ashley made it for me. It was amazing. You guys got it. Man, take this shit back the way you found
Extra mayonnaise on the damn sandwich.
Take that shit back where you found it, bro. Take that shit back across the street. We don't want none of that.
But this is different for A&T. I mean, let's be real, Scotty, for real. Now, let's be serious. I've never heard this, but for real, Scotty, and I'm asking you, for the culture, is this right?
I don't think so. And, I don't even like bands. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even a band guy, but it's just like you have already deprived most of your fans throughout the season of the environment. Like, your fans are itching for a black game. Like, they oh yeah, we got Norfolk. Oh, yeah, we got whoever you decide, like, NC's the Aggie Eagle Classic. At least they can depend on that, right? Like, you've deprived your fans of what they're willing to ask, and then the time you get it at the biggest event, you tell them no, because you want what 70 more seats. Like, that ain't gonna break no bank. It's just like upcharge everybody else. I mean, that's really what it is. If it's that important, just upcharge everybody else. If your GO is that great, double charge Bama's. I don't give a damn. People gonna come. That's what you're telling me. So,
the number one question around HBCU football is your band coming? Is that gonna be everybody else? The number one, hey, is your band coming? We love to ask that question.
That's facts.
I mean, that's just, we know it's a football game, but that's the number one question in HBCU football. And I don't care what nobody say. That's what you want to know. Is your band coming?
He said egg salad sandwich. Oh man, listen, I'm telling you, that's how it goes, man.
Is your band coming? That need to be on the shirt. Is your band coming? That's the number one question in HBCU football.
Yeah.
We gonna go watch the game. I don't know. Is your band coming?
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, I don't like that one. A&T, y'all. Shit, y'all look. I can't believe y'all doing it like that. Ain't nothing A&T can do.
And if we're being honest, listen, this might be the only game you win all season. If we're being honest, I mean, like, so we'll get to that because listen, man. Really, if we're being honest, all North Carolina A&T has to look forward for the football season is homecoming. That's it. And it ain't because you might even win the game. It's just because, hey, listen, we here. We made it another year to have homecoming. That's literally it. To have a party to watch our team lose. That's really what it comes down to. So, listen, whatever you got to do to make yourselves feel important because you're no longer important, be as it may. Be as it may.
A&T Roy, in the past, when y'all was invited to the barbecue, has a black band ever attended y'all homecoming?
You know what? My boy, Nick Eden, the one that did the calendar, he said they haven't invited a band in like years. Here you go. He says, in fairness, A&T has only had 3 visiting bands for homecoming since 2011.
But they didn't tell them no. They probably just said we not coming.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? We'll see. We shall see.
Is your band coming?
Is it? You should put that on the shirt though, for real. Let's talk about something. Let's just recap what happened.
No, hell no.
Let's just recap what happened last year.
You should have consulted with me. I do not believe this count. I don't believe this count.
Again, my football acumen pulled it out at the end to make sure I'm the champ of the 2023 Battle of the Picks. And, just wanted to let everybody know, if you're new to the channel, what we do here. We make our picks. We keep up with this, we keep up with the scores and the picks. And then at the end of the season, the champ is named. And last year was me. First year running. Okay. First year off script, outspoken champ.
How this works is you and I go through a list to make sure that we confirm between each other. Your ass gave yourself 2 extra than me. I don't believe that.
How I get 2 extra?
How I know you held yourself accountable to picks?
What? All the picks are recorded.
That high-pitched voice let me know right there, boy.
I can't. How can I cheat when everything's on wax, Perry? That don't even make sense.
You went back and watched every show and got these picks.
No, I just went back for the last show and brought the last slide up.
And remember when we was going through last year, you had some slides. There was some stuff that was off. You don't remember that?
Yeah, and we fixed it, and you came out on top, right? You was up, and then you lost, and then I came back and won. You don't remember that?
I don't remember that.
Anyways,
yeah.
Well, how about
congratulations, nigga?
Remember this? How about that? Remember this? 1-0, 1-0. Okay, that's you. Me, I'm winning.
You won by 1 and I lost by 1. It couldn't have been any simpler than that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, for real, congratulations. But that last one,
you
beat me by 2. What, you thought you was going to wash me or something? You thought?
I mean, I was trying to keep it close, just
you know why I lost that last year?
Because you was playing around with no folk. That's what really happened.
Fucking with Southern. That's why I lost that last year. Fucking around with Southern. That just it is what it is,
Oh, man.
That's for real, though.
Thank you, Peasy. Peasy remembers. Scotty edged it out the last week. The last 2 weeks, I was coming on. No Diddy, I was coming on strong. I was hitting it off.
Just cause he agreed with you, don't make that right.
Peasy been rocking with me for a minute.
Yeah, Peasy rocking with you for a minute.
About the show, like been rocking. Like, yeah.
Peasy probably ain't agreed with me since I've been doing this damn show.
I'm just saying, man.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Thank you for the support, Peasy.
All right. Week 0 game recap. I would love to hear your opinion on the Norfolk State Spartans and your boy, Coach Odoms. Barry, take it away.
Well, y'all know if you just tuning in last year, you know how I do when I do my recap of these games, and then I give you how I feel. But you're talking about a recap of what I thought was a instant classic. Let's go back. You remember those days of the ESPN Instant Classic? That's exactly what this was. Norfolk State versus Florida A&M Meac Swac Challenge over in Atlanta, Georgia. 22,000 people showed up. Probably 20,000 was was FAMU fans. Norfolk, maybe 2,000. I'm being very, very nice. 22,210. That 210 may be in the Norfolk. All right. That may have been the Norfolk fans, but nonetheless, this game was 24-23. Listen, phenomenal game. This one goes down as an instant classic. Let's look at some of the stats from this game, right? 22 first downs for Florida A&M in this ball game, 15 on the other side for Norfolk State. FAMU struggled early in this game on third down conversions. Norfolk defense was doing a good job at stopping FAMU's offense, but FAMU ultimately found a way to convert them. 4 of 8 on third downs for Florida A&M on the other side for Norfolk State. 6 of 11 on third down conversions. FAMU 406 total yards, 286 in the air, 120 on the ground on the other side for Norfolk State. 371 total yards, 142 in the air, 229 on the ground. It looked like Norfolk was about to literally run away with this ball game until FAMU made the adjustments on the other side. Daniel Richardson, you talked about this guy. He's a short guy. Did you see him? And every time they showed him up and compared to that O-line?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. It was like, how could he see?
He said, I got it.
Magic Man. That's his name for the rest of the season. Magic Man. 22 of 30, 286 yards, 3 touchdowns. He also had 3 crucial carries in this ball game where he converted those third downs and was able to keep drives alive for 32 yards. And then you look at Gassy, 8 receptions, 110 yards, 2 touchdowns on the other side for Norfolk State. Jalen Daniels, his numbers look dismal early on in this ball game, but he ultimately finished 7-9 for 142 yards. Kayvon King, number 13, looked like he was unstoppable. This kid here is the absolute definition of a baller. 14 carries, 146 yards, 2 touchdowns. Right now, he may be, for me, as we see, and we'll see as the season continues, he looked like he the best running back in HBCU football. But we'll continue to see him as the season progresses. And then Jaquez Jones, 4 receptions, 78 yards, a big 78 yards for him. Scotty, this money line for this game was minus 13.5 in the way of FAMU. That means that was a 14-point game for FAMU in terms of what people thought they were going to pull away. And the over-under was at 50.5, which is basically 51. They had just got under that with 47. But nonetheless, man, listen, they're going for 2. It comes down to it, right? Field goal gets blocked. I don't know where that penalty came from.
That was fluky. And the game was reffed extremely well, by the way. It was reffed extremely well.
I don't know where the penalty came from, but they put it on Dawson Odoms, and I just saw him point. And I guess at that point, he was like, hey, I don't know if you ever saw this movie called D3. And he looked at the team. He said, y'all going to win this bit? They said, Coach, we going to win this bit. I thought that's what happened right there. And I don't understand keeping the ball in the quarterback's hand in that position, though. But nonetheless, going for 2 wasn't a bad call for me. It just wasn't.
I agree.
I just thought this was that type of game against a team with Florida A&M. If you can go ahead and put yourself up, you just do it. But that first half when you saw Norfolk State run the ball, it just looked unstoppable. And you and I talked about it. Every time 13 King touched the ball, it looked like it was going to be a touchdown. It was literally a shoestring tackle or just somebody just so happened to get him. But I have to take hats off Daniel Richardson, my brother. The difference in this game, Norfolk ran the ball and played time of possession and dominated on the ground. But the thing about football today, can you make the explosive plays? Fam, you made the explosive plays when they needed. It wasn't about time of possession. It wasn't about keeping the ball away. It was about scoring when you needed. And Florida A&M was able to do it. And because that, they made the plays when it mattered and when it counted. And that kid is sneaky fast. And I don't even know if he's sneaky fast. He just got a little scat about himself at Richardson in terms to get out of the pocket. And that was a couple times I thought the Norfolk DNs got in on him, and he still was able to make the play. So hats off to them. I like Florida A&M. Coach James Cozy, hey, man, salute to you. Every time they showed you on the sideline, I saw you working the team. I saw you coaching. And that's what this is all about. This is about coaching and making adjustments. You guys made the in-game adjustments. You guys put yourself in a position to win. And when it mattered most, your offense could not be stopped with 6 minutes into the game. And you held on to the ball and you converted third downs when you needed, and you put yourself in a position to win this game by 1 point. And hats off and congratulations to the Florida A&M Rattlers. You continue to keep it going. You're now on the 12-game winning streak. You showed everybody why you're the defending Black College National Champions. You got it done when it mattered most in the national spotlight. You ended in the A and you finished in the A this year. That's a good way to start the season.
No, that's definitely, I like that. Let me ask you this, Perry, because I've seen something. Let me go to a couple of these comments. Will Wallace says, nah, the refs are ass. That was a legal man downfield when number 2 scored the second touchdown.
It was, though.
I'm not saying it wasn't.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it wasn't. But at the end of the day, from what we've seen from previous HBCU games to what it was, I appreciated that they let the teams play. It wasn't a lot of penalties. The game was not dictated by the referees. So
in a running game situation, you find yourself with a lot of holding calls, right? Especially the way Norfolk was running the ball. How many holding calls did you see in this game?
0. For Norfolk, 0.
Right.
They had 1 false start penalty. Just amazing discipline. My thing is, from what I've seen at HBCU football games, I understandably refs are not going to call. They can't see everything. They're not going to call everything. But from what was called and what was not called, I think the game was reffed extremely well. It wasn't, the refs were not involved in the game, which we've seen on multiple occasions at HBCU games where refs end up being the focal point of the game. And you're just like, how did we get here?
That focal point was that blocked field goal. And the only thing I can think was number 3 on the far end. He must have been lined up wrong. That was the only thing that I could see, because you didn't have nothing down the line. Number 3 was on the far. That was the only thing on that special teams play that I could think that could have been the penalty. And it was late.
Yeah.
But other than that, I ain't going to put this one on the refs. I mean, they let these guys play. It came down to coaching. James Cozy coached his team back into this game after being down 14-0. And Dawson Otis and his team just came up short. Nothing wrong with going for 2. It is what it is. This game was just an instant classic. These were 2 good football teams on display for the entire nation to watch. And that's as simply as I can say. It's nothing to take away from either program. I think both programs, for what we saw for the trajectory as they go respectfully to Swac and Meac play, I think both teams are sitting in a position to look very good as the season progresses.
I think the only thing for me that's bothersome to me is when I'm here, I see in the comments people are like, FAMU doesn't have run defense. And I kind of find that disingenuous, because to me, it's like, if you don't have run defense, there's no way that you can turn it on in the second half to where a team averages 2 yards per carry. If you didn't have run defense, there should have been no reason for why Norfolk State shouldn't ran for over 300 yards on 180 of those yards came in the first half. I mean, let's just be very clear about
that.
They
had a 100-yard rush in the first quarter.
In the first quarter. You know what I'm saying? So to me, and then to not have a big breakout run in the second half lets you know that FAMU is able to make the adjustments. Now, however you feel about it is whatever you feel about it. But at the end of the day, I'm going to keep saying this, and I'm going to keep saying it, is that when you come into a week 0 or week 1 game with no tape, no understanding of the other team's personnel or how they're going to move about it, you got to be able to make adjustments. And that's what a good team like FAMU did. They made adjustments and they did their thing. Go ahead, B.
And no excuses. You get a quarterback ready the week of the game that was supposed to be the backup when you had your all-conference quarterback, Otto Coons, who was supposed to be starting. You look at Otto Coons with this run game and what he can do with his legs.
Different. It's different.
Jalen Daniels just don't have it with his legs. He's a big kid. He's just not a mobile kid, right? And we saw him a couple times, but you add Otto in with these running backs, you have to be respected. And I just think, as you look on as the season progresses, if they can get Otto back when it matters most, getting towards conference play. And one thing I get from a lot of people, right? I don't think people, even after watching this game with Norfolk, and everybody know how I am. I'm high on Norfolk. I've been high on Norfolk for a while now. There's no discretion in that. I still don't think people give them respect to think that they're a good brand of football. I just don't think people, even with watching what you saw with your own 2 eyes, still don't give them respect just because they lost, right?
Yeah.
Good teams lose games. It happens. Yeah. But even in a loss, I think you have to at some point give respect and say, man, if you know football, you have to take a step back and really look at this team and say, man, you know what? This team displayed, when you got a team with not a lot of penalties, can run the ball, had to make a change at quarterback the week of because of an NCAA rule, whatever the hell it was, because we still don't know what truly happened.
Yeah.
I mean, but the adjustments and what they leaned on, and you will lean on that run game too, knowing your quarterback. You found out the week of that this was going to be the decision. But nonetheless, I think I think Norfolk, when you look at them, you got to just say this is not a sorry team.
It's not.
The money line was 14 points. And for it to come down to 1, to me, I just think let's just take a look at Norfolk. And regardless if y'all don't like the fact that I like them, which I think that's the biggest thing for a lot of people, it's because Perry likes them. But take away Perry out of the equation. If you watch football, you had to take away something. If you want to continue to put FAMU on this pedestal of being the defending Black College National Champions, and you say, well, Black College National Champions won, it showed us why they the Black College National Champions, why they got a 12-game win streak. You got to look on the other side at the opponent and say, man, there's something about this Norfolk team. They're no slouch. They won't be no easy weekend for nobody when it comes to Black college football. And even in a loss, I respect it. Daniel Richards, man, listen, young brother, you made the plays when it mattered for your team, and especially on that 6 minutes when you guys got the ball back, you found ways. Norfolk kept holding them to third downs, and they found ways to convert and run the clock out, man. Congratulations to them, man.
Absolutely. All right, let's get into these week 1 predictions. Oh, my bad. All right. Now, here are your FBS matchups. All right, you got Howard versus Rutgers. You got JSU versus ULM. You got Grambling versus ULL. You got USF versus Bethune. You got Alcorn versus UAB, and you got Auburn versus Alabama A&M. Who has the best chance? And I know you got everybody losing, P.
Yeah, because I'm looking at straight 0-6. Nobody got no chance. And I know Jackson State, so
how about this? Who has the best chance of making it competitive? How about that?
Something tell me Howard and Rutgers going to be something to look at. I don't know why, but just something tells me Howard and Rutgers going to be something to look at. I know Zoe talked to us a couple months ago, and he said, ULM is just a glorified, basically FCS team, and Jackson State really does feel like they have a chance against ULM. Me personally, I don't think so. But for me, if I just look at a game, I'm circling Howard and Rutgers. I don't know why. I'm following my gut here. And I don't know what's going to happen in none of these games. But something about Howard and Rutgers just give me something tight, close. I don't know. What about
you? Me personally, like I've been stuck on this. I think for me, I want to see what Grambling is. So I'm giving Grambling versus ULL. Like I don't know if they have to be competitive, right? Like that's what I'm looking to see is to be competitive. I know what Zoe has said about ULM being a Mississippi JUCO. Listen,
it's different.
General Booty, the quarterback.
That's his name.
That's his name. No Diddy. I don't know what you're gonna get from him. That's the thing. Like, I'm trying to find film. I'm trying to see something from. I mean, most of the stuff is from his high school stuff. You know, he went to Oklahoma. You know, now he's at ULM. You know, I don't know. I really just don't know. And for Jackson State, I mean, it really comes down, can they establish the run? Because if ULM makes you one-dimensional, you lose. It's very simple for me. If ULM makes Jackson State one-dimensional, they're going to lose. Period.
So that's your pick for probably the most competitive game?
No, it's Grambling and ULL.
I think Grambling can hang with the Raging Cajuns?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a competitive game. I really do.
I think by the time that thing's all said and done, Scotty, you looking at like 40-10.
Nah, I don't think it's going to be that bad.
Every time you say Grambling, I just feel like, do you believe in Dooley?
Oh, shit. God, dog, I be forgetting. I really be forgetting that he's the OC.
Dooley will let a game get away from him quick trying to go out there and run basketball on a football field.
I always forget that he's the OC. I really do. All I think about is the talent that they have. And they got some guys. They got some guys, man. The Bethune, somebody said Bethune is South Florida. Yeah, okay.
Hell no.
Yeah.
I know y'all like Bethune to be a surprise, but not in South Florida.
Hey, listen, I want to see that. The game I'm waiting to see is PV versus Michigan State. I'm looking for an ass whooping to come to PV because I cannot wait to see that massacre. I'm like, they gonna put 60 on it. They might put 70 on it while you're playing. I'm curious to see what it is. But Howard and Rutgers,
I don't know. That one just standing out to me, Scotty. I swear. And this ain't nothing to do with nothing. That just stands out to me.
I like Nick Eden. I like Jared Hunter. I like both of those guys. I think they can do a little something. To me, it's always going to come down to the trenches. It's going to come down to the trenches. And I mean, listen, Rutgers ain't getting no little guys. You know what I'm saying? So
out of all of these HBCUs, A&M, Bethune-Cookman, Grambling, Alcorn, Jackson, and Howard, who you think has the best trenches? The best trench play?
Probably Bethune. Bethune or Alcorn. I think Bethune is a solid front seven team. I think Alcorn is more like a NASCAR front seven, right? They don't have like the big bulky guys. They got like small guys that are really shifty and get around. I think Bethune has a solid front line. I can't give it to Jackson, even though I like Jeremiah Williams. I don't know what True Thompson's going to look like, and they don't have DNs. Jackson State don't have no DNs as of right now that I know of that are going to be impactful. Bethune, I think, has a solid front seven. I really do. I think that's what they are going to make their mark on, is that they're going to be a run-stopping team. Alcorn, I think is just, I think they're solid. I think they have a great Swac D-line, but I don't think if you're talking about taking it to another level, I don't think it competes with the bigger guys on the next level.
Is Trent Dilford still the head coach at UAB?
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
Yeah, he is. And that offense is going to look some type of way.
Where are Alabama A&M fans, and what y'all think about? Hold on, what about Arkansas and UAPB?
Oh, yeah, I don't think I put that wasn't even shit.
You didn't even think about, Arkansas, the Razorbacks and the Golden Lions, man.
Forget that. That's a Michigan State PV massacre.
Yeah, Bobby Petrino about to run it up on them folks, man. Yeah, he is. A&M versus Auburn. What do you think, Cornell Manor? What that look like?
An ass whooping, straight ass whooping.
You think about 40? Or we pulling a Mike Reed, a 50-piece?
I think a 50-piece.
Ooh.
I think it's a 50-piece.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a straight massacre. I really do. Because I don't think they might let Quad play for like 2 drives, and then they're going to put Xavier Langford, and it's just going to go downhill from there. It's just going to go downhill from there.
Who get blew out worse? Auburn with A&M as the SEC matchup, or UAPB versus Arkansas as the SEC SWAC matchup? That's a good one. The battle of the blowouts. That's the SEC SWAC matchup. Everybody be saying we ready, but this is the matchups.
I think A&M.
And A&M get blew out worse.
Yeah.
And then Alcorn got Vanderbilt next week.
Yeah, I think Auburn really puts it on A. Listen, y'all can say what I think. Listen, I'm not saying UAPB is gonna be special or nothing like that. I think they got a lot more heart. I think UAPB has more heart than A&M has. So
Damn.
I think A&M.
Really?
No, I'm dead ass. I really feel like UAPB is really going to put up a fight. I think A&M, because you already know what Maynard talks about with out of conference games. What do he say?
He don't get paid to win them.
He don't get paid to win them. So if you go in with the mindset like that, you're not even trying to fight this blowout. I'm not even.
Did you hear Coach Hampton though?
What?
Coach Hampton was like, he threw everything out there talking about, the difference in the scholarships. And if it was up to me, all of it. But nonetheless, we got to play the game, and we know we got to play it. I don't even think UAPB get a touchdown against Arkansas. Does A&M at least score against Auburn? Me personally, look, UAPB, Pine Bluff, no. Hey, I love Pine Bluff. My mom's alma mater. Nonetheless, but let's be real. I don't even think they score against the Rays. I think because Sam Pittman and where the Razorbacks finished last year, and to start this year to get that fan base, this game Thursday night in Little Rock, the Razorbacks have to truly prove a point more than anything else. This is to corral the fan base, and even if it's against UAPB, I don't think they score. Does A&M score against Auburn? I got you thinking. I like this one tonight. I like this. Do they score?
I think UAPB gets a field goal, and I think A&M gets a touchdown.
So A&M can get in the end zone. UAPB will get 3.
Yeah, I think UAPB gets 3. I think A&M gets in the end zone, but the ass whooping is already commenced. It's
late in the game. Yeah.
It's
Third string.
Yeah, man.
That guy who's thinking about transferring. Hey, man, come on, get your ass in the game.
You know what I'm saying?
Get
I think it's like fourth quarter touchdown type situation, right? Like one of those type. They did. That's what I'm saying, Peasy. But that was Tulsa. That ain't
Tulsa,
Arkansas,
man.
But that was Tulsa. I know. But they played them really well, though. They played them really well. That
man, Arkansas in a different position right now. The Razorbacks cannot come in and struggle against UAPB with Sam Pittman being brought back, and then with Bobby Petrino being brought back as the offensive coordinator. They can't struggle at no point. That is a statement for them to have to go in and I think they may put up 60 points on the UAPB.
So who do you have? The battle of the blowouts? Who gets?
I think UAPB versus Arkansas. I just think the Razorbacks in a position to have to show you more than what Auburn is in right now. The Razorbacks were in a position last year. I mean, even me, I'm a Razorback fan.
Yeah.
Sam Pittman should have got his ass fired. But they brought him back and then added Bobby Petrino to it. And we all know when Bobby Petrino was the head coach, what his offense looked like. Now, when you're talking about corralling that fan base, you have to put them in a position to look as dominant as they can be as you head into next week.
I think this is a great question, by the way, but go ahead.
Okay, let's go here then. Who scored the most points out of
all the games?
On the HBCU side?
Yeah, on the HBCU side.
Probably Jackson. Was it Jacoby Morgan, the quarterback?
Yeah.
Irv Mulligan, the running back?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll probably, and then ULM is not the rest of these teams. I would say probably Jackson.
I want to go Howard. And
I'm telling you something. It's just I don't know what it is, I didn't think about it, but something about that Howard Rutgers, and I could be completely wrong, but Scotty, something about that game just feels, it's a feel to it.
Okay, I know I'm like double talking, but the reason I see Grambling is going to be the most competitive, I think the game is going to be a lot like if you watch the score. I think the score is not going to tell you how the game was. You get what I'm saying? You know how sometimes like you can watch a game, let's say 17-34, and you're like, the game was really 17-21 until this happened and this happened, and then it kind of got away from them. I think that will be ULL.
One thing you learn, there's a difference between Swac speed and the rest of this speed that these teams play at. And even if they group of fives, you find out there's a difference in the speed when you're running that jet sweep and in the Swac. That receiver typically can get around that edge and get down.
He ain't getting around that edge. The D ain't running them down.
You'll see it quick on a jet sweep when you think your quarterback is mobile and elusive.
Yeah.
And get on down, and you find out that speed on that group of five level is a reason they group of five FBS. So.
I mean, Jackson did put what? They put up 30 and Texas State put up 70 something last year.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy.
They put up 30. And Texas State's a better team than you, way better team than ULM.
They are, yeah.
I mean, if that's the case, I'll say this. If Jackson don't put up at least 21 points or 24 points up against ULM, you're not a better team. I'm gonna stick with that. I'm gonna just be flat out like, yeah, I know Texas State put up 70 something on y'all, but you still put up 33 on Texas State. Yeah. So if you can't put up 21 points against ULM and you're telling me they're a Mississippi JUCO, something is completely wrong. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
This the matchups folks be looking for. Hey, this is it. Let's see. Hey, can somebody bring home a victory this week? Can we have upset city?
We shall see.
Yeah.
All right, here's some FCS matchups. McNeese versus Southern, Morgan State versus Hampton, FAMU versus South Carolina, Tennessee State versus Valley, Texas Southern versus Prairie View. What's the most intriguing matchup you got?
I like the Southern McNeese, not because of Southern. I like the FCS matchup, Southland versus the Swac. At the same time, Morgan State and Hampton intrigues me. Morgan last year defensively, one of the best you're gonna see.
Facts.
Right? Just let me go here. All right. Let's do it the right way. All right. Let's start with the Morgan and Hampton game. All right. I like this matchup. Morgan State last year finished the season 4-6, 3-2 in 2023. 8 of Morgan State's 10 games in 2023, Scotty, was decided by 7 points or fewer. That's why I like that matchup with them in Hampton, right? 2 former Meac foes. Morgan had the top-ranked defense in the Meac in 2023, and their defensive end, Elijah Williams, had a conference-high 7 sacks. That's going to be tough to have to go against, for Hampton to go against them. But then, on the other side, for Hampton, Elijah Burris, the running back, he played only 7 games last year, but he managed 814 yards, averaging 8.3 yards a carry, which was the best in FCS football, right? And then you bring back quarterback Chris Zealous, who I must admit, for the first 3 games of the season, when you go back, wasn't I very high on this kid?
You were.
I thought as a dual threat quarterback, this kid
but
had
I kept telling you he's a turnover machine.
He is, and I'm going to tell you why he's a turnover machine when you hear his stats. Last year, he passed for 127. He went for 127 to 233 for 1,497 yards passing, 13 touchdowns, 14 interceptions for this kid. He also rushed 120 carries, 559 rushing yards for 9 touchdowns. Last time these two teams played, Hampton won 21-12 in 2016. This still is just an intriguing matchup to me. I don't know. Then I guess I can go Southern and McNeese, the other game that I like. Southern, there's a lot to try to figure out about this team right now. We know Noah Bolton has been named the starting quarterback into this, But one thing about it, we got a chance to see McNeese this past weekend. As they said, McNeese officially played the first college football game of the season on U.S. soil, right? We knew Florida State and Georgia Tech played, but on U.S. soil, they played top 25 ranked Tarleton State on the road. For the first half of this game, I looked at McNeese and was like, oh, shit, if this is the team we're going to play, I like it. But McNeese in the second half, after being down 26-7 at halftime, outscored Tarleton State in the second half 16-0.
Did you watch the game?
I watched it.
The only reason that game is even competitive is because Victor Gables went down.
Tarleton State quarterback got hurt.
If he
had his finger wrapped up.
If he
then
didn't
they
go
brought
down,
in the backup quarterback.
He trash. Okay, yeah. JDP trash.
Yeah.
So that's the only reason that game was even competitive. But go ahead. That's the only reason, bro. Come on.
Well, because now you lead me into something that I don't want to be put into a position of saying, because now when I look at Southern don't have a Tarleton State starting quarterback. Southern has a Tarleton State backup quarterback. I hate you put me in that position, Scotty. That's where I'm at with that.
Oh, man.
Do you see where I'm going with it?
Oh, yeah.
Southern does not have a guy. Noah Biden is not that starting quarterback Tarleton State had.
That Bama Victor is crazy. That boy cold.
He is cold. And if he didn't hurt his finger, they wrapped him up.
He would have put 50 on them boys. He would have put 50 on them.
And then that running back, Kavion Brittany, that was a former UAPB running back.
Yeah, he was
2 years of 1,000 yards rushing at UAPB and went to Tarleton State.
Killing them. All American.
McNeese came up short 26-23 in that ball game. But Clifton McDowell on the other side for McNeese State, he is everything on their offensive side of the ball, right? Transfer from Montana. When they named him the starter at Montana, he won 10 straight games, led them to an FCS national championship appearance against South Dakota State. In this ball game, he was 14-20 against Tarleton State for 245 yards passing, 2 touchdowns and an interception. He also had 20 carries for 67 yards. Hey, he ran that thing right up the gate. Good. How many times, Scotty?
Too many times.
Too many times. But you know something I noticed in this game? I like McNeese D-line. Did you see that D-line getting after it? I like McNeese D-line. And in this ball game, you're looking at 4 turnovers for McNeese, 3 fumbles, 1 interceptions. They have 445 total yards, 245 in the air, 200 on the ground. They were very balanced. And they held Tarleton to 19 yards total and 4 possessions in the third quarter. But McNeese won the last time they played Southern in Baton Rouge, 31-24. McNeese with 50-plus transfers on that team, rebuilding. I don't know, Scotty. I like Southern. I'm going to take Southern in this game. And on the other side, I guess we'll get to that. But then let me look at Tennessee State and Valley. Do you think Valley?
Hold on. Let me go to the McNeese game real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Listen, I want to be very clear. I reviewed Clifton McDowell before he went to Montana State. He was supposed to go to PV, and I gave him a C. I said the dude is not a thrower of the ball. He's a playmaker, but he's not a thrower of the football. He goes to Montana State. He takes him to a national championship. But you got to understand how, when you look at Montana State, you can't look at Clifton McDowell being the catalyst of Montana State. It's great coaching and great players around him. The O-line was amazing. The running back was fire. He had an all-conference wide receiver. Like, he didn't have to do much. He just had to keep the car on the road, right? When you go to McNeese, you see he's not the guy. McNeese wants him to be the guy, and when you see him play Tarleton State, you can see how limited he really is as a passer of the football. If we really break down the game, the 2 biggest plays that he made passing the ball was man-to-man cover 0. Like the more basic, the 80-yard touchdown that white boy scampered on, the safety was playing, the corner was playing 10 yards off. He did a 5-yard slant. He caught it. The Bama missed the tackle, took it to the crib. That's not hard for a quarterback. But you notice early in the game when Tarleton zoned him up and made him have to pick apart that defense, he couldn't do it. That's why he threw the interceptions that he did, and they were bad interceptions. I mean, just missing guys, right? So, but the thing that makes Clifton McDowell special is in the fourth quarter, when you need a play, when you need a playmaker to come through, he's a gamer. That's what makes him special. And he should have won that game.
Horrible coaching.
Horrible coaching.
37 seconds left in the game with 2 timeouts. You let the clock run down to 10 seconds on a 3rd down and whatever that was to kick a field goal to leave 4 seconds. You didn't even take a shot to the end zone. Like, I didn't understand what the hell that coach was thinking in that ball game. That was a very much winnable game.
With the timeout left, P. And you had a timeout left.
And you rather kick the game, try to kick a 44-yard game-winning field tying game.
Bro, you could have just ran. And I was talking to Blue the whole time we watching the game. I said, Blue, the Bama could have took Clifton and ran to the middle of the field, took a knee just to make it easy for the kicker. If that's what you wanted to do, I
would have took a shot on 3rd down. We just gonna go straight to the end zone.
Me too. I'm taking a shot. But it was bad coaching. He should have been fired after the game. He was absolutely awful. But
37. I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead, Pete. Go ahead.
That was just 37 seconds with 2 timeouts. So I'm a little iffy.
No, remember he lost it. He lost one because of the penalty. They had the 10-second runoff, so they had to take it. They had to call that timeout. So he only had one. Oh, but you're talking about once they did the QB power. They get the QB power to get the 1st down. He didn't call timeout there. He let it run. Then they got the false start. Which then made him use the second. Okay, go ahead.
It was just horrible. It was horrible. They had a chance to win. It was horrible. So, yeah. What you want to go to Tennessee State and Valley?
Yeah, let's do that.
I don't really have much on this game right here because
Tennessee State gonna win. That's what I got.
Yeah, Valley. I mean, you got Jackson Davis, 36 receptions, 406 yards last year, 3 touchdowns as a tight end. You returned the quarterback Ty Williams, who went 123 of 200 for 1,193 passing yards last year. But he wasn't productive offensively. 6 touchdowns to 7 interceptions. On the other side, but Tennessee State lost the Buck Buchanan Award winner Terrell Allen, who transferred out of the program. Remember, Tennessee State for a while looked good in that Ohio Valley Conference last year. They finished 6-5 on the season, but they went 2-4 in conference play. But then they bring Draylon Ellis back, their quarterback, who has passed in his career 6,778 yards with 47 touchdowns. In his career. Last time these two teams played was in 2019. Scotty, you talked about this last week. It was close. 26-20, Tennessee State won this game. Valley hung in there. But is this an upset alert in 2024? I just don't know. It's really tough. Where are PV fans at?
Where's it at?
Where this game at?
Yeah.
Tennessee State. You know, Valley starts the season first 4 games on
the road. Yeah. So no, Tennessee State got this one. But go ahead, Tennessee. You what's this? I forgot. Labor Day Classic, right?
Texas Southern and PV.
Yeah.
Labor Day Classic. I mean, I don't know much about this one either.
So quarterbacks starting for this game are one is Lucas Cooley, who's only had 6 snaps in his whole college career
for PV.
And then for Texas Southern, I believe it's KJ.
So Jace Wilson lost his spot.
Yes.
The Swac newcomer of the year last year.
Yes. Wow. KJ Cooper is the quarterback for Texas Southern. He played JUCO last year. So I'm gonna watch some tape. I'm gonna try to find some tape of him, and I'm trying to break him down when I get a chance. But so yeah, you got two new quarterbacks, 2 new offensive. This is okay. Thank you, God. This is FAMU and Norfolk State all over again. Think about it. 2 new coaches other than Dawson Odoms, but you got 2 new OCs, 2 new DCs, and neither one has seen each other at all. No tape, no nothing. So this game is going to be a game of straight adjustments. Who can make the adjustments when needed? If there's any time for Texas Southern to be able to beat Prairie View, this is their opportunity because they don't know what they're bringing, and you don't know what PV's bringing, and PV don't know what Texas Southern bringing. So it's about as even as a playing field you can be on. So this is, if you want to see, this should be a high level coaching game. If to win it, you're gonna have to have a high level coaching game. But go ahead.
Yeah, you got the defensive end for Prairie View, CJ Presley. He was first team all SWAC, and then defensive tackle Jamal Marshall. He's second team. On the other side, I mean, Texas Southern defensively, you look at that linebacker, Jacob Williams.
Ooh, he crazy.
Hey, 106 tackles, 18 tackles for a loss with 8 sacks, right? You just got to pay attention to this guy. Then you got me with the Jace Wilson thing. I mean, Jace Wilson last year, he was the SWAC newcomer of the year. He took over when Andrew Body went down. He passed for 144 of 252 for 1,633 yards, 10 touchdowns to 5 interceptions. And then you look at Chris Dishman, who's taking over this program. I mean, Bubba is coming in. You kind of know what you're going to get out of Bubba, but we don't know what we're going to get out of Texas Southern and Chris, and especially with now this new quarterback. I mean, this is the part of game one that you just got to sit back and kind of let this thing play itself out. I can give you all the stats and everything in the world, but this thing kind of got to play itself out in week one.
It absolutely does. And for me, the only thing that you kind of know with PV is kind of how they run their defense. It's real basic. It's nothing special. It's nothing exotic. Offensively, you do not know what they're bringing because you don't know what Lucas Cooley's going to look like. Excuse me. You don't know what Lucas Cooley's going to look like. You don't know what Anthony Wheaton's going to draw up, right? So you know he's a pass first guy. So he does like to throw the ball, but you just don't know. And at the end of the day, I think if I'm Texas Southern, Shamar Savage has to be. Listen, you know when you just got like you gotta always find Shamar Savage for PV because I believe he's going to have a big year with Anthony Wheaton because Anthony Wheaton's a former wide receiver. He knows talent when he sees it. He was a former all SWAC receiver. He's going to try to find ways to feed Shamar Savage, which he deserves because he is that guy. So if I'm Texas Southern, if there's nobody else you figuring out, make sure you find that guy. He's something special.
And Texas Southern hasn't beaten Prairie View in a long time. It was a close game last year. PV won 37-34. Is this that unique year? Can Chris Dishman, as his first year being a collegiate head coach, can he get it done?
You know, I talked to somebody who's close to the Texas Southern program. They said, Scotty, a lot of people are sleeping on us, but we probably have the most returning players in the SWAC, like of just returning athletes that we had last year. And all Chris Dishman really did was go out and fill in holes that we needed, that we felt like we might need. But you know, the people from Texas Southern, they're very optimistic about how Chris Dishman is running the offense or running the team. And listen, it got to be better than Lucas Cooley. Lucas Cooley got 6 snaps. I mean, like, goddamn, like, I mean, Alabama got 6 snaps in his entire career. He was on punt return. I brought it up earlier today. Anything's better than that. I'm not saying Lucas Cooley don't have potential. I'm just saying at least you can watch KJ Cooper play football. What tape you got of Lucas Cooley? So we'll see. We shall see. What you got on the FAMU South Carolina State?
They not on here. Where they at?
In the middle.
Oh shit! They blended in so well. I didn't. If it wasn't for Alabama State and North Carolina Central, this would be my game of the week.
I agree.
I truly believe. It's been a while since I saw excitement and hope for a first-year coach. And there's a lot of first-year coaches in the SWAC, right? 5 of them this year. I don't think none is more anticipated in black college football right now than Chennis Berry at South Carolina State, taking over for Buddy Pugh, who retired after 22 years. Chennis Berry, a guy who went 27-7 at Benedict after 3 seasons. I think when you look at this game, South Carolina State last year finished the season 5-6, 3-2 in the Meac. Success for South Carolina State, Scotty, for me, is going to start up front. They got an All-American offensive lineman. Then you factor in Cam Johnson, Eric Brown, Keyshawn Toney at tight end, who's also all Meac first team. They got their top returning rusher from last year coming back. That's returned, actually. And Josh Shaw, 78 carries, 388 yards, 2 touchdowns. And then you look at that linebacker on the defensive side, Aaron Smith. He led the defense in tackles with 63 tackles, 11 tackles for a loss, and 5 sacks. On the other side for FAMU, We just saw what FAMU's capable of doing. We know FAMU can be explosive at any time, and you cannot count them out of any game. Right? Daniel Richardson, along with his former Florida Atlantic teammate Kelvin Dean Jr., they're going to look to continue that success in week 1 against a South Carolina State team. And then look at Kendall Bowler, right? In that secondary, can South Carolina State throw the ball? We know what they're going to try to do up front. They're just like, to me, I think you're going to see similarities as you talked about Texas Southern and PV. South Carolina State going to be just as much as a similarity to Norfolk State than Norfolk State. What do you believe that?
I doubt it, because
you don't think they're going to be up front pushing with the O-line and running the ball as much?
Yeah, but not to the detriment of the team, right? I think there's going to be a lot more balance because Eric Phoenix has been with him before at Benedict. So it's not like a limited playbook. The playbook is completely open to Eric Phoenix because he knows it's the same OC he had when he was at Benedict. It's the same head coach he had when he was at Benedict. He just has a better offensive line now that he's at South Carolina State. So I would not be surprised. Yeah, it might be 2-1 run the pass, but it's going to be a lot more balanced than what you saw at Norfolk State. A lot more balanced.
Would you take South Carolina State secondary against Daniel Richardson passing game?
I don't know what South Carolina State is going to look like. Yeah. I don't know what their passing game. Listen, Eric Phoenix isn't the best thrower of the football, but he's athletic enough. He's more than capable. Okay, he's more than capable. He's a definitely upgrade over Jalen Daniels. So those RPOs or whatever they decide to run, it's gonna look a lot different with Eric Phoenix. And I think for this game for FAMU, their eye discipline has to be A1 because Eric Phoenix will get loose on you. I'm telling you that right now. Like, that kid will get loose on you. Really.
Let me ask you this. Over under, does FAMU's defense, who gave up 229 yards to Norfolk, does FAMU defense give up 150? No, let's go 200 yards. Does FAMU defense give up 200 yards to South Carolina State?
No. I think it'd be about like 120, 150. I think it'd be between 120, 150.
So you don't believe in like what I believe maybe with this South Carolina State team that they're going to be a run-heavy team?
I don't think it'll be as run heavy as, because if you make yourself super run heavy, you make yourself very one-dimensional, right? Because Eric Phoenix is capable to make throws. I don't think he's as good as Jalen Daniels in the deep ball, but he's more impactful in other ways that makes him capable, right? So I can't see it being. I can't see FAMU going back-to-back 200-yard rushing games. I just can't see it. I can't see it. There's no way with Cozy and that defensive staff that they allow somebody to run 200 yards on them back-to-back. I just can't see it. I'm not saying it's the dark cloud defense. Maybe it's an overcast, but I just don't see it being back-to-back 200-yard game. I can't see it. My thing is, this is the thing for me. Kenneth Berry does not make good adjustments. That's just Kenneth Berry and his offensive staff do not make good adjustments. You've seen it at Benedict when they went against white teams that were great, that were well-coached programs that made adjustments during the game. He never matched it. His OC never matched it. So to me, the one thing about Kenneth Berry is you can outcoach Kenneth Berry. That is facts. You can outcoach him. If he's the most talented team, 9 times out of 10, he'll win a game. But if it's even and it comes down to coaching, you can outcoach Kenneth Berry. And I think the FAMU staff can outcoach Kenneth Berry. That's just how I feel about that.
You don't feel upset in this? No part, no way?
Yeah, I mean, if this was at South Carolina State, I would be more on the upset bandwagon. I think Bragg just gives FAMU that extra bit of energy, because listen, one thing about FAMU is they going to pack that joker out. It ain't going to be 60-40 nothing. It's going to be 80-20, maybe 90-10 FAMU up in that joker. First home game, no OBG, new AD, it's new team coming off a Celebration Bowl championship. It's going to be electric. It's going to be electric. So I think that is what's going to propel them over South Carolina State, is that being at home. If it was at South Carolina State, I would be on upset alert. I definitely would be on upset alert. I don't give a damn if South Carolina State's travel. That don't mean shit at FAMU. FAMU don't subscribe to Swac nonsense of, oh my God, why don't you guys bring your FAMU doesn't subscribe to that. FAMU says it's my stadium. We gonna pack it out. You get in where you fit in. It don't matter if Alabama's travel. It don't.
Last time these two teams played, FAMU won 20-14 in 2022, so it was a close game.
I was there. That's the one at South Carolina State, right?
Yeah.
I was there. Willie almost lost that game. Willie was Willie in that game.
Oh, there you go. I was waiting on you to use it.
Willie was Willie in that game. I was there. Me and Kofi watched it with our own two eyes. He was Willie and Willie.
Are we making our picks with these, or is this just like a prelude to it?
No, you can make them. Yeah, I mean, I got the picks on the back end so people can see.
Oh yeah, I'll hold off then. I guess I'm
no. You can make your pick. I got a recap of the picks at the end, but you can make your pick. Yeah, you can make your pick now.
I like FAMU in this matchup, but for me, this gives me, once again, you don't know what to expect from South Carolina State. And Bragg Memorial, I'm here to tell you, hey, I've been there. It is tough. Especially with that thick 38, thick 36. Where's she at? She graduated yet? Was she an alum? Where's she at? I ain't forgot about you, baby. What's that? Was it thick 36?
Yeah, thick 36.
Hey,
thick 34, thick 36.
Bring her and all her friends
on the sideline
and line them up. You know, y'all don't have no security over there. You can do what you want. You can hang your feet, dangle, and sit on that little ledge right there. You can do whatever you want. Bring her out. But I don't know, man. Chennis Berry, he can coach some football, man. I get what you're saying. Just something about this is telling me this is going to be a tough physical game, man. That chop wood, carry water, that mailman got to get up and go to work every day. That ain't just no words, man. I think you put that into action. There's something about this game right here. I would not be surprised. I'm going FAMU, but I would not be surprised if they look back at what Norfolk could not do against FAMU and try to make those adjustments themselves and take advantage of that and hold on to that game if they can get up in this ball game. Something about it tells me there's a possibility, but I'm picking FAMU in this ball game. I am.
Yeah, I'm picking FAMU. I think it's going to be a close game. I think FAMU wins by a field goal. To me, I think the most I could give FAMU winning this game is by 10. That's
the other thing. That point differential.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing I can really give. That's about as high as I can go as I can see FAMU. Unless it gets ugly with turnovers, like it just like fumble or pick or it just get ugly like that, I can only see FAMU going as high as about 10, right? 3 or 10 points. But I got
Chennis Berry going into this game. You know how he gives those inspiration. What do you say to your team knowing this team does not lose at home, defended Black College National Champions, and won with they back up against the wall last week on national television? What do you say to your team heading into this tough type of game?
You tell your team everything has to come to an end. Everything has to come to an end. Bill Clinton's, Barack Obama, everything comes to an end. No matter how good it is, everything must come to an end. He took
his team to the Democratic National Convention.
No, everything must come to an end, right? All good things come to an end. So, yeah. And why not us, right? Like, why, why not us? We're here for a reason. Now, the issue, see, this is the thing that people get. This is people that I think the casual fans miss. Yes, South Carolina State has film on FAMU. You're absolutely right. But South Carolina State has a new OC and a new DC, and they have not played with these players. So you do not know who's going to show up when the lights get bright, and you do not know who's going to shrink when the lights get bright. So you still have to go through the aspect of figuring out who your team is when the lights come on. FAMU has gone through that process. They're weaning that process. They're hey, you can do this better. You saw this. Remember what we showed you on tape? They can go through that. South Carolina State is figuring it out as it goes, and they're going to have to figure it out during the game. So, yes, is there a benefit for FAMU for playing that week 0? Yes. They kind of know who they are. They kind of know what they can lean into, what worked, what doesn't work for them, and go from there. But they also put tape on the field that South Carolina State can also say, hey, they like to do this. Look out for this and that. The only issue is South Carolina State does not know what players are going to show up when they need them. So it is a little toss-up to this. I just want to give everybody those type of things. But I got FAMU.
And this one tough because we saw FAMU. Once again, we don't know what to expect from South Carolina State.
Yeah, we don't. We absolutely do not. Southern and McNeese, you're going with Southern. I'm going McNeese. Listen, I think the game is going to be close. But I think Clifton McDowell pulls it out because he's a gamer, not because he's an all-world quarterback, just because he's a gamer. I think the key pulls it out.
And can I be real? This was one I must admit. I literally picked Southern in this. And look, I normally don't do this. This is literally a home pick. Now, when I feel my way that I feel, I really be feeling like Southern got a chance. This is just, I'm going for the home because you know why I'm going with Southern? Southern, the way that they ended last season, having to fire Eric Dooley and losing the fan base the way that they were, and they realized they had to make a change. Coming into this season with Coach Graves, you have to win this game to get your fan base back excited. You got Savannah State next week, then Jackson State, right? It is what it is. But to get that fan back that I saw cussing out the games last year, old classy, jazzy ladies that you never suspect to have cuss words coming out their mouth and saying this nigga sorry and these motherfuckers. When I started hearing that, I knew it was real within the fan base. This is a must win for Southern because I know how big it is. It's a must win. I got to go with Southern because Southern has to win this as a team to reignite its fan base. And on top of, Southern has not beaten an in-state opponent not named Grambling none of the 2000s. So we're talking 20 plus years. Nichols, McNeese, and you got Nichols on the schedule this year, right?
Yeah.
So we're talking Nichols and McNeese and Northwestern State, Louisiana Tech, ULM, ULL, Tulane, LSU. There's a lot of teams Southern has played in the state of Louisiana that they have not beaten. Grambling is the only one. You have to beat this team right here. And that's the reason I'm going for it. This is a must win for your fan base. This is a must win for your program. It's a must win for the recruiting battle because you recruit against these schools. Little do anybody realize if you don't know Louisiana, you lose a lot of kids to these Southland schools, these Nichols and Southeasterns and McNeese as well, along with the Power Five. I mean, the Group of Five, the ULMs and the Louisiana Techs. This is a must win for the fan base. So I must admit, I normally don't say Southern got to go with this, and because I know how much is riding with this, I'm gonna say Southern. That's simply why I'm doing it.
To call out a must win in this early, I feel like that's I feel like that is a very like Titanic type of feel to it. Like the ship is going to go down really, really quickly because I don't think most fans would expect to win this game. So I don't call it a must win. I think the Jackson State game is a must win.
You would say this must win because before everybody saw them against Tarleton, you saw the turnover. This is not the McNeese powerhouse in FCS football that they've been in the past. McNeese has had consecutive losing seasons. It gives you the hope to say, man, how can you lose to this team? Alcorn beat them. So how can you not beat them? So that's why it is a must win. Plus, I ain't saying it's a must win necessarily for the program as the players and the coach. But if you're trying to keep this Jaguar Nation fan base together to go through the season, you got to start the season off with a victory here just to get people back on board. Because guess what? We all finna go to Lake Charles. We're probably going to break their stadium attendance record. You're going to have thousands of Jaguar fans right there. It is a prime time opportunity for you as a coach and as a team to corral those fans and excite those fans because they're going to show up deep. You can't go over there with all of these fans and walk around and walk out of there with a loss when they're going to show up deep to support you.
Yes, you can.
Now you got everybody attention. You got to be able to win them over because you got their attention.
I'm not going to say like I know the Jaguar Nation. You know, you do the Jaguar Journal. You hear, you're in the know. All I'm saying is from my time dealing with SWAC fans is they always are going to lean to it's an out of conference game. Now, if this game is competitive and you come out on the other side of it as a loss, I don't think that's bad. If you lose by 3 or a touchdown, I don't think it's bad. A lot of Southern fans are football people, and they'll say, hey, this looked a lot better than what Dooley did, or I liked how it looked, or we looked like we got some common sense. We look like we can do something in the SWAC. I think that can lift your spirits. If you get washed, I 100% agree with you. It is going to be a long year for Terrence Graves. But the must-win game, to me, is Jackson. I don't give a damn that it's out of conference.
Jackson always going to be a must-win.
What I'm saying to you, listen, if he's able to do something that Dooley was not able to do, even while playing TC Taylor, it is going to, even if you don't go, even if the season doesn't end up the way you want it to end up, you will always have that win over Jackson in your back pocket. So for me, this McNeese game is just a game to get your team going in the right direction.
It is not.
Okay.
It is not.
Okay.
This game right here for your fan base, for ticket sales, as the season progresses, you got to go in there and get this game if you want to win your fan base back over.
I
Southern is having a hard time with his fan base to keep people on board after that debacle last year.
I think you're talking like a football fan and not a SWAC fan.
I'm talking to you as a Southern fan. I just told you.
You're talking to me. No, you're talking to me as a football fan. You're not talking to me as a SWAC fan. Because I try to have these same conversations with you about all the pageantry and all this. And I'm saying you losing to McNeese is not going to stop the season.
I'm not saying that. You're
saying. You just said McNeese is a must-win game. It's not for the fans. The fans do not care.
The fans do care.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
The fans do care.
Why would they have an expectation to beat McNeese when they feel like Southern is at the worst it's been over the past 3 to 4 or 5
years?
That's
the outside people. That's y'all. You the one said that. What Southern fans have you heard said that? You taking your opinion and putting it on us, just like everybody in the chat who hates Southern. I'm telling y'all, for once, I'm talking as a fan of Southern. I normally try to keep it separate, but I understand how important this game is. I'm telling you, this is as a Southern fan. Now, I'm telling y'all now, God damn it, how much more Southern fan do I need to get, Scotty? The Jaguar Nation finna show up in Lake Charles. This is one of those games I get it. Jackson State gonna always be a must-win. That'll get your ass fired around here, Eric Dooley. All right? That's going to always be a must-win game. The same way it feels for homecoming and the Bayou Classic. But this game just coming in for the morale of the fan base is simply what I'm saying. And as a fan, no, I'm taking this off of normally what I do, and I don't do this often. I normally try to be by and just try to tell it how it is. But as a true fan, you got to go in there. And you cannot let McNeese, who has been a program who has been in shambles. McNeese has gone through 3 or 4 coaches since COVID.
Have beat you when you had Ladarius Skelton.
They beat us.
They beat you every year when you had a decent team.
That's right.
Team is ass, and you expect them to win.
Now, because of the situation, come
on, man! It don't make no. That is the most illogical thing I've ever heard.
You won't see it because once again, you say I must be talking as a Southern fan. You have never put yourself on this show publicly in a position to be a Southern fan. You have always been against Southern, the powerhouse, as you call it. So you will never allow yourself publicly to put yourself in a position to feel like you're going to side with Southern. Respect. I understand that. So you will never see it and feel it the way I do. The same way I wouldn't understand if somebody from Jackson came on here and said this is a must win for us. I couldn't put myself in a Jackson State perspective to understand what they mean and to understand how much that would mean to their fan base. That's the reality. But as a Southern guy, as a Southern fan, taken away from everything that we typically do, this is a game when you want to get your fan base back in check and bring them back and build a morale and get that excitement back. This is something that you have not done. Once again, I told you, you ain't beat a team in the state of Louisiana in over 20 plus years, right? You fell short in the SWAC last year. Everybody already got you low. They got you picked 4th in the Swac. You don't believe in Southern. When I said Southern was a surprise team, everybody in the comments laughed. That's how low it is for the outside world to see who we are at Southern. That's how Alabama A&M was talking shit to us last year, Scotty. So you telling me this ain't a must win? It is. So everybody see us as
let me ask you
Swiss cheese right now.
Let me ask you a question. So let me just I want to.
Okay.
If you win the McNeese game and lose the Jackson State game, then what?
You just fucking up. I mean, the thing is, this at least get your fans excited moving forward. If you lose to Jackson, that's gonna turn a lot of heads. But what I'm saying is, this starts the season off at least on the right foot. At least you can go into Jackson. You got Savannah State next week. Wouldn't it feel great if Southern came into that Jackson game 2-0?
That's fair. I give it to you. That would be really great if it was possible.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
And then that morale for the fan base just feel good going into a rivalry non-conference game against your most hated rival. It just does something for the morale of the fan base is all I'm saying is why it got to be a must win. It's just a morale boost. Southern ain't had a morale boost in a while. Who are we beating that has boosted the morale of a team?
I think that's a hard. The only thing, this is what I'm saying. Terrence Graves is not a better coach than Dooley. Terrence Graves is not a better coach than Odoms. And they both have not been successful against McNeese. So why would I put that burden on Graves? That's my only issue.
Because the whole idea is to try to do the best that you can to get our fan base back intact. Folks, did folks stop coming to games last year? It was bad.
I get you. I was just pointing that out. That's all. Listen, like you said, you can speak for the fan base, so I'll leave it at that.
I want a goddamn win, Scotty. That's simple as that.
Listen, I'll pray for you.
I want to win, baby. Let's go. That's all I want. The honesty is, this ain't like we playing an FBS school. This is an FCS school who recruits just like you, who is right in your backyard. Ain't no way this not a winnable game. And that's simply, I'm not going to write this off and act like, oh, it's all McNeese's world. It's 10 years ago, maybe. 15, 20 years ago, maybe. Come on, Southern. This is an opportunity.
4 years ago. 4 years ago, y'all was getting mollywopped by McNeese. But, anyway.
I wouldn't necessarily say mollywopped. It wasn't that bad.
Well, y'all was losing. Yeah,
we lost.
All going to see them before y'all have. You know what I'm saying? So, anyway. I get it.
One day, I'm going to get you to sit in a Southern fan perspective. But, boy, it's hard. Boy, your hate for Southern, because you'll argue me all day when it comes to Southern.
I just don't think it makes any sense. I just don't think it makes any sense. That's all I'm saying. It's not.
To want to win a game that's winnable against an FCS opponent don't make sense.
When you've lost this game, when you've had better teams, like that don't make sense to me. I'm sorry. This is probably the worst team Southern's had in the past 5 years. Since Odom has left and since Dooley is gone, this has probably been the worst. This is probably going to be your worst team ever.
This is going to be our worst team ever.
In the past 5 years, over the Odoms and Dooley era, I think Terrence Graves is going to have the worst team in Southern era in the last 6 years. Okay. So I just think that's a hard ask when I don't feel you have the talent or you have the coaching. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I've been waiting on you to speak out. I didn't know you felt that way about this team. So I see why you say that now. Why your expectations?
Rollins lost to McNeese. Rollins had a better team. He just didn't. You had Bubba on that team. Gerard Sims was on that team. Ethan Howard was on that team. You had the O-line. You had the guy who went to the league, the boy from the Chicago Bears. He was on that team.
Corey Carter.
Stop playing with me. You had the FCS Defensive Player of the Year on that team.
So a McNeese team with 50-something transfers coming in, you think this is the best team they've had?
No, I'm saying
this team is better than the teams of the past that Southern's played?
All I'm saying.
We played them in 2019 and 2021. Is this McNeese team better than the 2019 McNeese and the 2021 McNeese?
No, they're not. But what
So
I'm
both
saying is,
teams seem to be in the same boat.
I just think you're in the worst boat. You got more holes. Like, I just think your boat got more holes. Okay, that's where it comes down to. Period. Right? Because at least, and listen, we both are not high on Clifton McDowell, but we know what Clifton McDowell can do. We don't know what Noah Biden is. We don't know if he could lead a team. We do not know that. Right? So there are certain things that you can lean on when it comes to a McNeese squad that has a veteran quarterback who's won big games.
You better not go lose this goddamn. This is McNeese. This is a winnable game. It's an FCS opponent just like you.
There's
FCS
no
opponent
possible,
just like you.
there's no possible way you can tell me Southern has a championship team. I will bet you $100 right now you won't end up in the SWAC championship. I'll bet you $100 right now that you will not end up in the SWAC championship. Call in, make the bet, because if you're sticking to it like that, I'll bet you $100. Matter of fact, let's make it $200 that Southern doesn't have a championship team. You don't. You're lying to yourself if you do. If you say you do.
Well,
Come on, man.
Hey, boy. Hey,
money.
This is. Hey, I love this. You know why? It brings out why over the years you just realize when you like Southern, you find out how many people really just has a dislike of Southern.
It's not even about not liking.
It's a dislike of Southern, no doubt about it.
No, it's not, Perry.
Yes,
There's nothing about this team that you can tell me that will make them a championship team.
I didn't say shit about no championship.
So how is it that I'm hating on Southern when you've never? Okay, let me get this straight. It's not about hating on Southern, right? Because in the past, when Southern, and I'm telling you, you had better teams. Okay, let me ask you this: the team with Ladarius Skelton, when they lost to McNeese in 2019, is that a better team than now?
Of course, yep.
Okay, in 2021.
But once again, let's stop. Hold on. That McNeese team that we played, is that a better McNeese team than what we playing this Saturday?
Probably.
Probably yes or no.
Yeah, probably yeah.
All right, let's start there.
Okay.
Both those teams was better than both these teams playing this Saturday. Continue.
Okay. 2021, Jason Rollins' team. Is that better?
Look that up.
Okay, everybody agrees with that one. All righty. Now, let me ask you this. 2024, McNeese versus Southern. Who has the better team?
Currently. We got to see. You had an opportunity to see McNeese. You just said the same thing about FAMU and South Carolina State, right? We had an opportunity to see McNeese in week 0. We haven't seen Southern. Once again, you find it so funny that you allow everybody else to play it out, but let's let this play out. All I'm just simply saying as a fan base, we need a win. That's all I'm saying. We need a win. You lost to FAMU. You lost to Alcorn. You lost to Texas. You lost to Prairie View. You need a win. This is a good win to get you on the right track to start the season. What's so hard about that if you're a fan of a team?
I'm not saying you don't. Listen, everybody wants to win. I'm not saying you don't need a win. To make it a must win is where I have the problem at. That's all I'm saying.
That's my opinion, though.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
I'm giving you another, I'm giving viewers another point of view when I'm telling you that you've had better teams and you've lost to McNeese, and that is probably the worst team you'd have had in the past 6 years, and you expect a must win from a first-time head coach. Get out of here. That's all
you've gone through since Dawson Odom's left. You went through Jason Rollins
and Dooley.
Now you got Terrence Graves. The fan base needs something. I'm not saying they got to go beat UL. We not like Grambling. You ain't playing UL. You're not playing Louisiana Tech. You're not playing Tulane. You playing a team who is in a similar situation like you. A first-year head coach who you just saw fuck up a game last week. Right? A first-year head coach who has turned around, had to bring in 50 transfers on the same level as you. What sense in if you go lose this, right, and you see his program in worse shape than yours? Southern didn't have to go get 50 transfers to turn over a program with a first-year head coach. Southern brings back experienced players, including the conference defensive player of the year. You bring back a wealth of offense as a quarterback, whether you like the quarterbacks or not. Running backs, the only shaky thing is the offensive line, which it all starts in the trenches. We know that. But still, this team had to do a complete overhaul. What is it going to look like to you then if you go and this team did a complete overhaul with a first-year head coach and you brought back experience and then you let that team who had to do a complete overhaul with a first-year head coach beat you? That's all I'm saying.
I want to make sure you come and explain that on after the game, after you lose. I want to make sure you come back on Monday and explain that to everybody of how an overhaul team came in and beat a Southern with all this talent coming.
That's gonna be hurt.
That's
gonna be hurt. That's what I'm telling you.
Listen, I'm gonna call it Perry's pain point. I just want you.
Don't call it nothing.
I just want you to give everybody 30 minutes. And I'm gonna ask. Now, Perry. Now explain to me, because I'm damn sure gonna clip it, especially if they lose. If they lose, I'm gonna clip this and I'll say, now explain to me how an overhaul team.
It falls right into what I'm saying. Okay. You acting like I'm creating something out of nothing. What you saying falls right into line what I'm saying. You gonna let a team with all of that, with a first year coach and all of that turnover. That's why it ain't like this program been running. This coach in his third year. They got experienced guys. 50 plus transfers turned over on this program.
That's enough said right there. Thank you, Paris. Thank you, Paris. Thank you, Paris.
And guess what? I'm not denying that. Didn't they get a coach fired? I agree, Paris. That's what I'm saying. You keep acting like I'm disagreeing. I agree. That's what got Eric Dooley fired. How the hell did you let that happen, Eric Dooley?
I guess if he loses to McNeese, he getting fired.
No, Jackson State is a different story.
Let's move on.
You lose to Jackson State.
A whole lot of show left. Let's move on. All right, make your pick.
Boy, you like to argue, boy. When something come up,
I just want to make everybody clear. Morgan State versus Hampton. Who you got?
Morgan State.
I got Morgan State as well. Tennessee versus Valley. Who you got?
Tennessee State.
I got Tennessee State as well. Texas Southern versus Prairie View. Who you got?
PV, where you at? I'm going Prairie View.
I'm going Prairie View as well. I'm rooting for Texas Southern, but for my picks.
You still hanging on to Texas Southern? Body gone.
No. I'm not. No, I'm not. I like to see Prairie View lose. That's all. It's not even about that. I'll happily take a loss in the picks for a Prairie View loss anytime. All right, let's get into the HBCU top 5. All right, Perry, break them on down after week 0.
Hey, everybody pretty much stays in order. Last week I had FAMU at the 4th spot. I told you I wasn't quite sure what we was going to get out of them, but they was battle tested because Howard, Bama State, North Carolina Central, North Alcorn played. FAMU on national television with the spotlight. Found a way to come back after being down 14-0, and because of that, they jumped up all the way to my number 1 spot. They remain as a 12-game winning streak that they have right now, that they are the Black College defending national champions. They won the Celebration Bowl and continue in that winning streak. And because they did that and nobody else played, that jumped them back. They proved to me they were number 1 coming into the season dealing with adversity. They're still number 1 as of right now until somebody else dethrones them.
All right. I love it. I like it. After week 0, my top 5 looks kind of the same, just a little shake up. FAMU at number 1, of course. Bama State at number 2. NCCU at number 3. Howard at number 4. I know Howard beat NCCU last year, but I'm not sold on Howard's quarterback situation. I got to see it before I believe in it. And Alcorn at number 5. The reason I got NCCU over Howard is I like that they have a guy in the system that's been in the system for over 3 years who knows Matt Leone. He knows Trey Oliver. Trey Oliver knows them. Matt Leone's a great offensive-minded guy. I think they have a way to make him work in the situation. Bama State being rated number 1 in the Swac East. And if you know me, the champions are the champions until the champions ain't no more. And Alcorn number 5. I'm gonna tell you right now, P. Now, you remember when Howard was losing those games against Power 5 teams, and I kept sliding them up in my power rankings because I told you they kept looking really good, but they were losing.
You gonna do that this year?
I'm just gonna give you, if Grambling looks really good against ULL.
What?
I'm just saying, don't be surprised if they sneak up in my top 5 if they look really good against ULL.
What looks really good to get Grambling in your damn top 5?
I'm just giving you a heads up. If Grambling looks, because I'll tell you, I'm really high on Grambling this year. So if Grambling looks good against ULL,
that don't even make sense.
If it's like a 24-34, if it's a 21,
so what Alcorn got to do against UAB to stay in the top 5?
If it looks good, listen, I'm gonna keep it fair, right? Like if Alcorn looks bad and then Grambling looks good, then I'm gonna jump it. If Jack State,
just say you want Grambling in your top 5.
I really do because I'm really high on them. If Jackson State beats ULM, there's no way I can put Grambling.
You can save all the trouble of explaining. Just say next week Grambling gonna be in my top 5. You ain't got to explain this to me.
Only if it looks good. If it looks good, I'm gonna get it. If they don't look good,
you gonna find a way to make it look good. You Scotty, you OFFSCRIPT.
I'm just saying, okay.
This dude crazy, y'all. This dude is crazy, man.
You said I was crazy last year when I kept moving Howard up, and you was like, Scotty, come on.
But damn, that was by game 5. We was 5 games into the season.
I think if they play ULL good, I want to move them up. If they don't play them well and Jackson State beats ULM, then they'll be my number 5 team.
Jackson State would have to be at that point.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Jackson State would damn near have to be the number 2 team.
Oh no.
If they beat ULM,
no.
If they beat a FBS team,
no.
You telling me?
Listen. You gotta hold on. Let's break this down. Let me break this down for you. The only reason I couldn't move them up that high is because from what Zoe has been saying for the last 2 months is that this is a Mississippi JUCO. That's what he's been telling everybody. He said ULM is bad. They're a Mississippi JUCO. They're not good. So I can't give it to you if you're telling me they're such a bad team. They're
still an FBS team.
Not the way they've been ranting and raving about.
So you just gonna do it because the way Zoe felt about it. That's okay. Then all right. It ain't about ULM being a group of 5. No. It's just because Zoe said they're a glorified JUCO.
If you a glorified JUCO and you're expecting to beat them, why would I move you up because you beat the JUCO that you said you was going to beat?
That's just him feeling the same way like me about McNeese.
That's
just how we feel when it comes to our team.
Nah, sir. Nah, I can't do it.
Listen, if Jackson State beat ULM, I'm telling y'all,
hell
no.
If
FAMU beat South Carolina State, Jackson State gonna be Jackson State trump everybody. I mean, if you do something like, and that's crazy for me to say, ain't it?
Nope.
But if they beat an FBS team, you telling me, damn it, you good.
Nope.
You got something to prove this year. That's all I'm saying.
Nope.
But you're gonna put Grambling if they just play good enough against you.
Listen what I said. No, that's not what I said. I said if they win, if Jackson State wins, I'm put them at number 5. Doesn't matter how good Grambling plays. If Jackson State beats ULM, I'm putting them at number 5. I'm not putting them at number 2. I'm not putting them at number 2.
That's all they get is number 5.
That's all they get.
But you can put Howard, move them up, and they be losing. And look, I respect that you liked Howard because you told me
Howard was playing better competition. They were playing Northwestern. They played Northwestern until the last 5 minutes of the game, P.
How many HBCUs you think could beat ULM then?
If Jackson beating them,
maybe that's
Alabama State, FAMU. If Jackson beating them,
I don't know what's going on tonight.
All the top guys can beat them. If Jackson beating them,
maybe that just so them. Then we got to see week 2 to see what Jackson go from there. But if Jackson go in and beat ULM, an FBS school, when was the last time a Swac beat an FBS team?
I don't care.
You don't care.
I don't. It's not because it's the FBS name for ULM is not the same if you're calling them a Mississippi JUCO. If they went and played, if they're telling me
that's him talking shit though, Scotty.
No, Zoe talking about Scotty going ULM. Look at him. Every last one of their players. JUCO.
He talking shit. Remember, he from the mass. He from the mass meetings. That's what they do.
I don't care what they do. I'm telling. Based off how y'all feel about them, I'm ranking them just as how y'all feel about them. You think they ass? I'm not going to give you a win because of an ass program. No, I'm not doing that. Now, if they played a Nichols, if they played a Nichols and won, or if they played a I would rank them higher if they played a high level FCS program because ULM the way they're just
like McNeese.
No.
God Damn, Scotty, come on, man.
Nah. I can't do it. Well, like, okay, perfect example, right? If Jackson State plays ULL and they beat ULL by 3 points, they're the number one team in the SWAC. I mean, they're the number one team in the power ranking. It's point blank. ULM is a solid program, a legit FBS opponent. You know what I'm saying? Like Montana State beating New Mexico Lobos, right? Like that's an FBS program that you're like, hey, man, we had to pull that one out. If you're telling me that ULM is a Mississippi JUCO, I'm not giving it to you. Point blank, period. And Perry, let me ask you this. If they beat ULM and lose a conference game,
it's in the moment. Rankings are in the moment, Scotty. You remember when Howard went and beat UNLV? Didn't mean they won the Meac. It was in the moment.
I'm not giving them that. I'm just not giving it to them. I'm not giving it to them. Listen, you can argue with anybody else, and you can put them however high you want on your power.
You can argue with anybody else because
I'm not putting them at number 2. It's no way in the world I'm putting them at number 2.
Grambling, if they play competitive enough in a loss, you will put them in your top 5.
Who?
You said that about Grambling.
Yeah, because ULL is a better team than ULM. If you play a better team than a sorry team, and you're playing them better, and you go in a close loss, if Grambling goes to ULL and loses by 3, and Jackson State plays ULM and gets beat by 10, I'm giving Grambling a nod because that's a better team, and everybody knows it's a better team.
Boy, let the season commence, man. I'm loving this week 1 shit right here. We gotta let this play out. Okay, P. No, don't you give me no more hypothetical.
Hold on, no. I'm gonna ask you this question real quick, and then we'll move on. If Jackson State gets beat by ULM by 2 touchdowns or more, and Zoe has been calling them a Mississippi JUCO, do they not go down?
I wasn't believing in what the hell Zoe was saying anyway. You the one drinking the Kool-Aid, not me. Him calling him a JUCO is what I expect for him to do when he's hyping up his team. They hyped up Jackson State last year. Remember, with all the transfers and everything. I didn't buy into that.
No, but when they said, listen, everybody that was a Jackson State fan, the automatic loss they had on the schedule was Texas State. They say, hey, we ain't beating Texas State. Everybody knew they weren't beating Texas State because they respected Texas State. But if you're telling me that you're looking at ULM as a Mississippi JUCO, that means you don't have respect for them as an FBS program. So if you get mollywopped by the Mississippi JUCO, I'm looking at you a little differently. If you're telling me you're supposed to be this great team and beat you, if you have the expectation to beat ULM and you lose by double digits or more, unless the game, kind of gets out, like if it was close that's different. But if you just get beat, yeah, I'm looking at you much differently.
I ain't got nothing for them if they lose. That's simple as that. I'm only here if they win when it comes to Jackson State. If they win, then I have to look at them and say they beat an FBS team that a SWAC ain't done in a long time. Simple as that. If they lose, I expected it. They played an FBS school. That's the money game. That's on Zoe to have to deal with those consequences, not me. That's Zoe who got on here and told you that.
Okay.
Yeah. Then we would have to bring Zoe and hold him to the committee and let him then have to be in front of everybody and say, hey, you got to eat what you put out.
It's not
for me. I ain't saying nothing about no glorified JUCO.
It's not a double standard. How's it a double standard? Like,
who said that?
No, Paris in the chat.
Oh.
I'm going based off because realistically, and I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna let it go. Realistically, if last year when everybody saw Texas State on the schedule, nobody said they were beating Texas State. Nobody said that. Zoe didn't say it. Mr. Emotional didn't say it. None of the panelists said they were beating Texas State. No matter how delusional Jackson State was, nobody said they were beating Texas State. My issue is now you jump out the window talking about how you're going to beat ULM. You're the better team than ULM. We got better talent than ULM. Okay. So to me, if you lose that game, I just look at you like, what are we talking about? Like,
I'm looking at it like I thought that was supposed to happen. They paid you to come over there for that to happen.
Come on. We'll see. But that's my top 5.
Before we even move up, Grambling got to do what to get into your top 5 in the low?
Play. If they lose to the ULL by less than 2 touchdowns, they're in my top 5.
So 14 point. We're looking at 13-5.
13-5. If they keep it less than 2 touchdowns for ULL, they're in my top 5. Unless Jackson State like demolishes ULM, like they beat ULM by like 2 touchdowns, then yeah, I gotta.
So Jackson State can't lose by 1 point and make it into your top 5.
No. Not if you call them a Mississippi JUCO. Absolutely not.
They can't lose and play competitive at all.
No, because if you're telling me they're a Mississippi JUCO, you're supposed to win. I'm sorry. I'm taking it based off what their mass meeting leader is telling everybody. So if that's what you're telling your fans, I'm going to hold you to that. So no, if you lose to ULM by 1 point, I'm not giving it to you. I'm not supposed to win. You were supposed to win. You had the expectation to win. Don't change the narrative. Oh man, we played at FBS school. Really? No, see, that's not what you said. You didn't come on here and say, "Hey, I'm just looking for a competitive game. ULM is a good program. We're just trying to establish ourselves and beat a good." No, you came on here like big bad, Mr. Big and Bad. We gonna beat them. They are Mississippi JUCO. Okay, cool. Beat them then.
Woo.
I'm not giving you no credit for nothing close. Beat them. Beat them. Simple as that. You feel it? You feel that way? Beat them. And if you lose by more than 2 touchdowns, I'm definitely on your ass because all you niggas in the chat who are Jackson State fans feel like y'all should be beating ULM. All you niggas have been drinking that Kool-Aid from the mass meeting and Mr. Emotion and all them Bamas. So miss me with that. And you know what I'm gonna be doing tonight?
What?
Praying on my downfall.
I'm praying on your downfall.
Hey,
that's what I'm doing.
Hey, listen, Jackson thought they got out. Y'all heard how I had to deal with this with Southern. Y'all on y'all own, brother. I can't argue for y'all. I can only do it for Southern.
I am on their ass, and I'm praying.
You on one tonight is what you want.
Yeah, and I'm praying for them. I'm praying on their downfall.
Oh, you on one tonight.
Yeah.
Southern and Jackson. God damn.
Hey! Myself home. Myself home. Buy, sell, and hold. All righty. Buy, sell, hold. Now, Perry, buy, sell, hold, that Hampton, they make some noise this year.
I'm going to hold because I like Elijah Burris, and you know, I still got a glimmer of hope for Chris Zealous. But the fact that they fired their coach in April and then elevated their running back and special teams coach to be the head coach, Hampton, what the hell was you thinking, brother? Why so late? What did the man do? Did the story ever come out? Like, damn. You know, what happened? But, you know, Elijah Burris, man, look, as advertised.
Absolutely.
Christopher Zealous, if he can just remotely stop turning the ball over and be the true dual threat that he could be, I like Hampton. And you know why I like him? I run with Hampton on NCAA. I got them 10-2 and 6-2, and they rank number 17 in the country.
Yeah.
I'm holding.
Okay. Listen, I agree. I'm a hold on too. I think they're right at that crux. You got to kind of figure out what they're going to look like this year. Can Chris Zealous take that next step as a quarterback, limit the turnovers, be more explosive, even more explosive than he was last year with his legs? He was amazing. Elijah Burris, if he stays healthy, he's a 1,000-yard rusher off the rip. Can they find some people to go around, some other pieces with the receivers and a defense that is solid? So, yeah, definitely going on a hold. All right, next up on. What you finished? Hey! Buy, sell, hold.
Whoa, now wait.
Buy, sell, hold. Buy, sell, hold. My bad.
Why did you have to make a championship run next year? I would have just been fine with them. Why did that got to be with
make a championship run?
FCS national championship?
No, like their conference championship.
Shit. I would have just took Tennessee State just as Tennessee State, but
they just gonna show up as themselves. Just
yeah,
go.
I mean, I get them against the HBCUs when they get over there with the mother folks. Damn, Scotty, why you put me in this spot? I was ready to buy Tennessee State. I'm not buying them to make no championship run in the Big South Ohio Valley Conference. No, I'm selling.
No, he's selling. I'm buying it.
You buying them making a championship run?
I'm buying it. I'm buying it.
I don't even think they ever won the Ohio Valley
I'm
Conference.
buying it. I think Eddie George is putting together a roster that can make a run. I think he's getting his legs underneath him. I think he's getting the player that he's fine-tuning that program. Listen, they were only a couple games away from making a championship run last year, right?
They fell apart at the end of the season.
Okay, so he's gonna we gonna get it together. He gonna revamp. He gonna come back. And
maybe if they would have had that guy from North Dakota State, I would have said, you know what?
Yeah. The white
If
boy.
they had him, I maybe would have been like, you know what, Scotty? Because you remember I called you, wasn't I? I felt good about that.
Yeah. Everybody was excited about that one. Yeah.
Like, boy, did you see this shit?
They stole one. They stole
him one. Boy, he wasn't there, what, a month? How long he was there? A month? Maybe? 2 months?
Maybe a couple weeks.
If that, right? Now I'm gonna have to say I would have took Tennessee State. I would have bought them if you would have just said Tennessee State like you did Hampton and just put them there. But to make a championship run, Big South Ohio Valley Conference, no, I'm gonna sell. I think that conference. I don't think they're gonna be able to make that.
I'm gonna buy it. I think now I'm curious to see what the quarterback situation looks like. But
I hold you to this too. I'm gonna hold you to this.
I mean, listen. It's the stock market. It goes up and down. Okay, you buy 1 minute,
you about to lose a lot of money.
You sell. Listen, you sell when it get high. You buy when it's low. It's low right now. If they ain't, a lot of people ain't buying it, so I'm buying it.
The Big South OVC ain't low though.
Okay, but they weren't. They weren't that far away. I think they were like ranked. They were like the 4th or 3rd best team in the Big South OVC last year.
Now the Big South OVC, no man, hell no, not them. No,
I'm buying it. I think.
Can we just do this in? Just do this for me. Can you pull up the conference? Can we see the teams in that conference? We know the CAA, right? We know them very well. As much as been coming out on them. But the Big South Ohio Valley Conference, let's just look at the team, and not just for me and you, but for the people. You talking about a championship run and who they got to see.
All righty, let me see here. All righty. Let me bring present, share screen, window, Chrome tab to do. And I'm gonna zoom in so everybody can see it. All right. So, SEMO, Charleston Southern, Eastern Illinois, Gardner-Webb. Said Gardner-Webb won't be a threat this year. Lindenwood, Tennessee State, Tennessee Tech, UT Martin, Western Illinois. So listen, your real competition is UT Martin and SEMO. That's your real, those are your heavy hitters, if I'm not mistaken. And if Blue, I know Blue, Mr. FCS, right? Listen, these ain't no Diddy. This ain't no hard nuts to crack.
Why would you say it that way? My God, you could have said a whole bunch of shit.
These ain't no hard nuts to crack, okay?
Blue, call in right quick, just real quick. Just Blue, call in if you can with this OVC. Call in real quick.
Thank you, Dave. SEMO and UT Martin are the top 2 teams.
Okay, but we don't even know about them other teams. They still got to play games. We don't know we don't follow them in the offseason. We just going by what we saw last year.
Okay, and can Tennessee State not get better?
What you just asked about their quarterback
Can Tennessee State not get better?
Blue, where you at? Blue, where you at? Call in right quick. These folks ain't never won that conference.
It's not about in the past. We moving towards the future of what they could possibly do. Thank you, Dave.
What Dave say?
All right, he said Tennessee State can compete, but they are definitely behind UT Martin. I think they can make a run if Draylen steps up. Bam!
So you buying this? You buying this, Blue? Tell me, just say buy, sell, or hold, Blue. That's all I got to see. What you doing, Blue? Championship run. You buy, sell, or hold, Blue?
Let me see this. Cedric, listen, bro. Let me help you out. You have 2 other channels that you dick ride for. Go over there. I mean, like, I don't know what you want from me. Okay, like, if this ain't what you want, take your ass to the other channels and kick it with them. I don't. Why
you messing with this dude? What's wrong with CW?
I'm just saying, he's like, Scotty, your channel turned to country ways. Because I'm like, bro, if that's how you don't have, I don't get. Go watch somebody else. Go dick ride for the other channels that you like. You don't have to be here.
What other channels he like?
I don't need to listen. He knows who he need dick riding for. So just go over there. Like, I just log off, wait till the other channels come on, watch them, and you're more than happy and enjoy yourself. Like, damn.
Where Blue at with this buy, sell, and hold? Where you at, Blue? What you doing with Tennessee? Are they making the championship run, Blue? Buy, sell, or hold?
Okay, he said hold until I see Draylen in the new offense.
All right. But you buying.
I'm buying.
Okay.
I'm buying.
And CW, I don't know what he talking about, brother. I mean, I don't know y'all you obviously have seen him comment before.
Listen, I'm not, listen, my wife said I can't be bringing up other channels because I give them too much credit. That's what she said. That doesn't, like, whatever. Right? But at the end of the day, it's like you be at other YouTube channel spaces doing what you do over there. Like, why you here?
CW, come to the Jaguar Journal, baby. Hey, we'll love to have you.
Jaguar Journal. Go to the other Jackson State spaces that you be in. I'll help people understand where he be at.
Oh, he's a Jackson State guy.
He be in the Jackson State man.
Okay.
Dick riding and okay, I'm gonna leave it at that. We're gonna.
He's a Jackson State guy. I didn't know.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay.
All right, last one on buy, sell, hold. Buy, sell.
Get their ass out of here. I don't even know why you wasting my. No, man. And then you put 3 games. Man, I ain't studying these folks. A&T went from a great to just hell no.
Oh, man.
This when you start to see when the black folks move into the neighborhood and all them for sale signs go up around the white folks. That's A&T. I'm selling. I'm getting the hell out of here when they move into the neighborhood. I don't want no parts of them niggas moving into my neighborhood. They the type get their new house and don't even invite the family over. They only invite their white friends to the house.
Hey, get your ass in there. Sell. Hey,
yeah, we get out of now, man. Look,
that member said, "Sell Winthrop."
There go the neighborhood.
I love that movie too. Trading Places. I love that movie. Ooh.
I used to really like A&T for real. I went to the Celebration Bowl and watched A&T versus Alcorn, Tyreek Cohen in 2015. I got an A&T Celebration Bowl shirt up in here. I did a whole video the first year. I liked A&T, but to see where they at now, no, man, I'm selling. I am not a fan of nothing A&T got going. Congratulations with the enrollment as I don't know what to call you these days. You like a partial black college. It's like,
yeah,
I don't know. What are you, a PWI HBCU? Is that what they are now?
What?
Are they a PWI HBCU?
I guess.
I don't know what they are. I'm straight on them. What you looking? What got your attention?
This comment right here. Listen, if you looking for me,
oh my God!
If you look out for you with my minute. Looked out for me. What y'all look out for me? I don't even know you like that. Look out for this block button. How about that? I don't even block
that man. Let that man stay up
look
here,
out
man.
for this block button.
No, man, don't block him.
Just look out for this block button. Continue on.
No.
I don't even block people like that. Look out.
Let him unfollow you, man. Bring CW back up in here.
Anyway, go ahead. Continue on.
I didn't say it. I'm in the middle. I'm selling that shit. I ain't buying.
Listen,
Excuse my language tonight,
you
y'all.
gotta sell it.
This is preposterous. This is crazy.
You gotta sell it.
Huh?
Gotta sell.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, let's do a recap. All right. Recap of the picks. South Florida P. You got South Florida, you got FAM, got UAPB. Pretty much across the board is the same, other than the McNeese and the Southern.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing we different on.
Yeah. Going into the MEAC picks, pretty much the same across the board. Sacred Heart. Who's Sacred Heart playing? I forgot.
Delaware State. Talk about that.
Yeah.
Sacred Heart. It's low-key a winnable game.
It is. And listen, I liked what I saw from Delaware State against Hawaii. They looked really good. They looked really good. Defensively, they look really solid. The quarterback is an athlete that plays quarterback, but he's a damn good athlete. Okay. The running back is special. He's pretty good. So if things can go well, this game could be very competitive. I still have Sacred Heart winning this game, but all things being equal, I think Delaware State definitely has something to look forward to.
Don't be surprised, people. I'm just saying that. Don't be surprised. This is one of those winnable games for them. Sacred Heart is not a world stopper at all.
Yeah. So, ECU, who's ECU playing, P?
Norfolk State.
ECU against Norfolk State. That's we got ECU and Rutgers against Howard. You know, you said Howard is going to make it competitive. I got Rutgers, and then the cousins, Tennessee State over Valley.
Yeah,
over Valley. All right. ECU only won 2 games last year. Don't care. Still think they're better than. It is what it is. All right, here we go. All right, game of the week.
Give me a second. You do a preload. I'll be right back.
Okay. What? See, man, niggas. Well, now what am I supposed to talk about? Now you know what? You got me all out my thing. Let me be very clear, right? Because since I got the time, let's break this down. What's that movie? I feel like for somebody to say they've looked out for me, like looked out for me, how do you look out for me? I don't even know you like that for you to even look out for me. You don't have my number. You don't know me to look out for me. Oh, I looked out for you, my kid. When I have never received a call from Cedric Dick Rodden Walker to be like, hey, man, Scotty, listen, I got you, man. If you come here, I can name you the calls that I've received that people have hooked me up. The Quincy Edwards from South Carolina State, Miss Diane from South Carolina State, Dr. Laurie, Mr. D, Mr. Campbell. Who else? Zoe, Thad. Who else? Q. Q has hooked me up for the Celebration Bowl tickets. Who else? I mean, I can name it. Or I can name everybody that has hooked me up in some form or fashion. Coach Meyer, Alabama A&M. Who else? Let me think.
What you going off on that quick?
Yeah. I just had to, like, what?
What happened that quick?
I had a recap of somebody talking about they done hooked me up with their connections. Like, what? No, like I can name the people that have hooked me up with connections. Shout out to my guy Sam who hooked me up with my chair. You know what I'm saying? Fam, you guy hooked me up with my chair. Shout out to Miss Sykes. She sent me multiple FAMU paraphernalia. Shout out to Kelvin who sent my baby like 6 FAMU onesies, right? Like I can tell you the people that have hooked me up. You ain't one of them. Stop it with his connections. Your connections, you too busy. I'm not gonna put your business out there, Cedric Walker. But just know, I know you be paying for your stuff. You be paying for P. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. Don't play with me.
Damn, Scotty, why you?
Yeah.
Well, he take on a date. That's okay.
Nah.
He buy something to eat.
Don't play with me. I'm not the one to play with. I'll put you out there. So hooking me up with connections. What connections?
He's still in here?
No, I blocked his ass.
Man, don't block that man.
No.
Bring him back.
If I'm a Country Wayne skit, take your ass to the other.
I don't think he meant it like that, though.
Not my problem. Not my problem. Not my problem. You on my platform. This is how we get down. Stop playing me. Stop playing me.
Ooh, that boy cutthroat tonight. God
No,
dang.
don't play with me. Don't play with me. Like, listen, I have been, for the past 4 years, I've been maturing. Okay? I've been maturing.
C-Dub been doing this to you a lot or something? Why tonight?
I just listen. And I'm really cool. Like, usually I'm really cool. Like this another dude in here. Like, the whole day he been like, this dude right here, right? Real like that. All he been saying is hater. Hating, hater.
Yeah,
I've had people
trolling.
I don't, and listen, like I said, I don't have a problem with it, right? Like, I had a guy who was trolling and said, I hate Scotty, like, for his name. He's like, I hate Scotty for it. I'm like, oh, I appreciate that. That was pretty sweet of you.
You a bootlicker.
Right. So my thing is, but don't act. See, the thing I have an issue with is don't slide in here trying to be all cool and dandy. Then you're like, oh, Scotty, you're turning to a Country Wayne skit. Like, nah, miss me with that. I don't know why. Miss me with that. So
what happened to the bootlicker man?
I hope he's still living. Mr. T. He was an old dude. He was an old dude. So
I was.
I don't know.
He used to call you a bootlicker when you first started.
Yeah, I miss
You
Mr.
can block him.
Mr. T was good. Mr. T was. He called in though. Mr. T called in. He wasn't in the chat. He called in. So, yeah, Mitchell Morgan. See, this is what I'm saying. If you don't like that I hate on Southern, you guys, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna let it go.
What he say? Wait, my name was on there. What he said?
Let me. He says Perry stop defending. He says Perry stop defending the dude hates on Southern on everybody else's page. This is my.
I don't know nothing about this dude because I don't be watching. I don't know nothing about this dude.
All I'm saying is this: if this is how you feel, why do you watch? Like, I don't like country. I do like country music. I don't like classical music, so I don't listen to it. Right? I don't like folk music, so I don't listen to it. Right? So if you don't like that I hate on Southern, in your opinion.
Oh, you a boy.
Why do you watch? I don't understand. Why do you watch?
Why am I on here?
That's a great question.
Why am I on here, boy? Because you be hating.
Who hates somebody doesn't hate? Y'all been ass.
Ah, see, there we go. Every time somebody brings up Southern, there you go.
I don't know. Y'all just ass. I've been asked.
Just don't like us.
I know
that blue and gold just don't sit well with you. But your wife, you all right with me, girl.
Yeah, dog. Oh, he talking about. Listen,
you all right with me.
My wife loves Southern. It's like the complete opposite.
I don't even know how she be letting you.
I didn't block Malcolm. I let him rock. I didn't block him.
Who is Malcolm?
The guy that I just brought up the comment. I didn't block him.
Oh, they calling him by his real name.
Yeah. I didn't block him, guys. Dog, I don't block I do not. My wife be doing the blocking. I really don't be doing the blocking. I just had to block Sage because I'm like, bro, get your dick riding ass out here. So anyway, all right. It don't matter. It don't matter. All right. And nobody blocked Mr. Ford. Nobody blocked Mr. Ford. Mr. Ford, that's a whole other thing. Anyway,
what happened to Mr. Ford?
That's a whole nother. See, you asking a question is going to get me stirred up, and then I'm going to have to talk about that, and there's no need to talk about it because it is what it is. So
you let it go.
I've been let that go. I've been let it go.
See, it be stuff I don't be knowing about. I be just want to get caught up because when stuff hit the fan and I don't know, then I'm in the crossfire, and then they thinking I know, and like I got all I've been in the crossfire a lot. So I be needing to know because I rock with you. It ain't no secret that I rock with you. And I will shake somebody's hand and look them in the face and say, hey, I rock with him. But then I don't be knowing you be shooting when I'm not with you. See, we ride and we do our drive-bys together. But when you drop me off, I don't know, you be doing drive-bys in other hoods. Then you have niggas looking for me. And I'm like, bro, I wasn't even in the car that day. Now I'm getting shot at. So what's going on?
All right, real quick, right before we go to the game of the week. So what happened was let me catch you up there. So what happened was Mr. Ford used to call into the channel, right? Mr. Ford used to call into the channel, hey Scotty, blah 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 blah, right? So where it went left was he called in one time and he was like, why are you letting Blue call in? Why is Blue talking? Why is a white man talking about HBCU sports?
Oh.
And I let him say what he said. I was like, yo, that's not cool, blah, 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 whoop-de-whoop, right? So my wife was like, babe, that can't happen again. Like, if he calls in and says that about Blue, you got to nip that in the bud because Blue's your guy. I said, you're absolutely right. The next time, maybe like a week later, he calls in and says the same exact thing about Blue, I shut it down. I said, yo, we're not doing that. Blue's a good dude, blah, 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 whoop-de-whoop. Mr. Ford gets in his feelings, never calls back into the show. Now, when this happened, I actually had made plans to go to Atlanta to interview Mr. Ford in person so people could see him. I had his number and everything, right?
How long ago was this, Scotty? I didn't know.
Probably like 2 years ago now. It's probably like 2 years ago.
So he don't believe in a white man talking about HBCUs, but he okay with HBCUs having white coaches.
That's a whole
North Carolina's Matt Leone is off. All right.
That's a whole that was a whole nother thing, right? So when that went down, so then I'm looking at I'm rocking with my guy Blue. I'm rocking with Blue. So then, like 2, 3, like a month later, he on Blue's channel. Hey, Blue, yeah, just calling in. This Mr. I say, yo, ain't no way. Ain't no way. I said, you just was talking mad stuff about Blue, and then you call into Blue's show. I said, Blue better than me. It's no way. If you was just talking to me, because at the end of the day, Blue know he can't respond to that because Blue is in a sensitive space, being in an all-black space, him being a white person, he couldn't respond to that. I had to respond for Blue.
And Mr. Ford is an upstanding guy.
Dog. Nasty work, bro.
Because every time I've heard him, he always gave like a historical perspective. And, he said, hey, the folks down there in Baton Rouge, man, when it comes to Dawson, I always heard. I missed this. So it ain't me being messy. Real life, I be missing stuff that I don't be understanding. So I just be wanting to know, okay, so I get it. Because Mr. Ford was definitely a loyal supporter of the show.
So ever since then, so then he would jump on other platforms and then talk about me on other platforms, which I don't care because nobody would even know who Mr. Ford was if he wouldn't call into my channel. So now everybody knows who Mr. Ford is. The only reason people call Alabama Mr. Ford is because it's the same reason why people call people Mr. Campbell, because I call Mr. Campbell Mr. Campbell.
His name is Mr. Ford?
No, what I'm saying is it's not like I'm just super respectful to older people, so I call them Mr. Ford. Like when people and fans go up to Mr. Campbell, they don't say, "Hey, Steve," because I don't call Mr. Campbell Steve. I call Mr. Campbell because of respect of he's older than me.
Yeah,
they call Mr. Ford. If I called him Ford or if I called him Steve, like, "Hey, Steve," like when people call you Perry, they don't say Mr. White because I call you Perry.
Y'all better call me Mr. Dan White.
You know what I'm saying? So. But that's the history of the thing. So
okay,
so for me, listen, I'm glad everybody gets the historic references from Mr. Ford or whatever they do with Mr. Ford. But he cannot call back into over here. He can't. That's a done deal. You better take that shit somewhere. Better take that shit somewhere else. Don't call back in over here. That's a done deal. I'll find another old black man and give him another opportunity. Miss me with that.
It seemed like if he was on Blue Channel, then they had made it up. They made up.
Listen, like I said, Blue better than me.
Okay.
Blue better than me. Because it ain't no freaking way you gonna talk about me the way you talked about me. Because it wasn't just one occurrence. Like it was multiple times. And there's no way you're gonna do that and then jump ship and then be like, oh, hey, Blue, yeah, got any questions for me? Anybody got any questions for me? Fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? So, nah, I'm good on that.
Respect to your elders.
Yeah, I was being respectful until you disrespected somebody I call a friend. Then we got a problem. You know what I'm saying? So
I ain't know. See, you be doing drive-bys when I ain't around. So I ain't know what had happened. I swear. I just wanted to get an understanding. Thank you. Because I didn't know.
Yeah, that's what it was. I mean,
So is it wrong? Would you look at me if I be like, Mr. Ford, man, you straight with me? Because I don't know.
oh
I
no,
don't do none of that.
listen. I have friends who are friends with my enemies, right?
Okay.
So because I can't, I'm not that type of friend. Like,
Yeah.
like that's on Blue or what he chooses to do with Mr. Ford. Blue, my guy, right? How he decides to chill, how he decides to rock with Mr. Ford is all on him. That is his choice. He's a grown ass man. For me, it is what it is, right? So, like you, if you're cool with somebody I don't like, I'm not gonna tell you not to talk to him because,
like, if I was cool with Dr. McClellan,
yeah, that's your guy. Like, yeah, that's your guy. If that's your guy, that's your guy, right? Like, yeah. I know, like, people in this space that I'm cool with, they know I don't rock with HBCU game day. So I'm not gonna make you not rock with HBCU game day when you cool with him. They don't.
Yeah, because I rock with my boy Stephen Gates.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make you not rock with him because I don't rock with him. Like, that's not how that works.
Oh, I just want to, for me and you, I just want to make, because, you know, I've been around the space and I have known folks for, you know, for me, I'm good with folk. You be shooting. You like menace to society when you say America's worst nightmare. What was it? O-Dog, and what was the other one name?
Do we have a problem?
Well, that's don't be a menace to society. I'm talking about the actual menace to society. I'm Kane. Okay, you O-Dog. Kane at least had some sensibility. O-Dog don't care. What you say about my mama? What you say? Yeah, you Kane. I'm Kane. You O-Dog. Okay, I get where we at now.
Yeah, so that's just how I feel about it. So
yeah, you don't give a damn. Hey, we finna go shoot these marks. Yeah. It
is what it is, man.
Okay, thank you.
It is what it is. And listen, for me, it like I only get there is if you cross me, right? Like if you cross me, there is no coming back from that. Like now, I won't continuously bash you or nothing like that. But there is no mending that if you cross me. I know people are going to do things that, you know, you don't like and stuff like. I get that. That's life. But if you cross me, especially if I've helped you in some form or fashion, there is no coming back from that. Don't even look my way. Don't even look my way. So anyway, unless my wife says something different. If Key say I gotta forgive, I'll be forgiven. Because Key be talking to God, and I'm not trying to mess up my blessings. So if Key like, hey, babe, you gotta, I'll give you a perfect example. We gonna get to the game and we got promise.
I be trying to bring peace amongst the
perfect example, real quick, right? So me and CFL was going back and forth on Twitter, right?
Who is that?
Everybody who know, right? People who know. So we and him were going back and forth on Twitter. And he had seen it. She don't be on Twitter like that, but she gets she gets my notifications. And she sees it on Twitter and she's like, babe, no. That gotta stop, right? That gotta stop. And she's like, you need to apologize. And I'm like, I felt like Martin on Bat. Apologize to that, man. I mean, I didn't, but you didn't have to. But you said that's, you know what I'm saying? So that's just how me and her relationship is, because it's like I'm not about to block my blessings because I have a pride situation, or I'm in a situation where, I have an unforgiving heart. So if I have to forgive and I gotta reach out and then I'll do that. Man to man, I'll do that. But if Key say I'm good, I ain't tripping. I'm moving on through. So yeah. Anyway, game of the week. What's up?
I said thank you.
Yeah, no, you're welcome.
You just caught me up. I ain't know.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, here we go. Number 1 in the Swac, number 1 in the Meac. All right.
Woo! Woo! This ain't the Celebration Bowl. Woo! I thought this was the Celebration Bowl where the 2 number 1s play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out to the OBC crew. Shout out to Miss Bennett. Shout out to the executive director. They some good people. So shout out to y'all. All right. What you got, P? Give us your thoughts.
Well, North Carolina Central ain't number 1 in my Meac. I got Howard. So sorry, Trey Oliver. You my dog, but I get where you're going with it. But I got Howard as number 1. But I like this game though, nonetheless. I think initially when we saw this, we didn't see this rounding out to be what it is today. But then when you bring Andrew Body in a part of Alabama State's football program and considering the potential that we've all said he has had at Texas Southern with no team around him, and now you put him on a team at Alabama State who only lost one division game last year in the East, and guess what? It was on a road game to Florida A&M. You got to then look at them and say, well, last year they were a quarterback away, right? Then you look at their defense on the other side. They bring in Rico Dozier from UAPB, a linebacker. Guess what? He led the Swac in tackles last year. Then you bring in Andrew Body once again. 4,108 yards passing from Texas Southern, 27 touchdowns, 13 interceptions in 3 seasons. He also rushed 235 carries for 1,284 yards and 9 touchdowns. This is a game that I like. This is a team in Alabama State that I think a lot of people have been high on when you look at the conference. Swac Media Day, they have them picked to win the East over Florida A&M, right? Then on the other side for North Carolina Central and Trey Oliver, they went 9-3, 4-1 last year. Did not make it to the Celebration Bowl, but they lose Davius Richards, who was Mr. Everything for them, right? A 4-year starter, 2-time Meac Player of the Year, Offensive Player of the Year. But I'm looking at on this side for North Carolina Central, can you make up for the offensive production that Davius Richards gave you? There's no doubt about it. When you lose a guy like that, that is a huge replacement offensively for the yards and the points. But nonetheless, Scotty, this is a top 5 matchup, I think, when you look at both of our HBCU top 5 polls. And this is a potential rematch, maybe, of a Celebration Bowl. So this year, it may not start in the A and end in the A. This year, it may start in Miami, then end in the A. Just may. But I like this matchup. I like what Eddie Robinson Jr. is building over at Alabama State. And I like Trey Oliver and what he has built at North Carolina Central. Trey Oliver is the coach that's very witty, and he's not afraid to speak his mind. And I love a coach that's going to keep it real and speak his mind and tell it as it is. And I think you look at the other side. Eddie Robinson Jr. did the same thing against Deion. He ain't Swac. I love the personalities of both of these guys, and I love both programs. I think this is going to be one hell of a game between both these programs, the Hornets and the Eagles.
Great analysis, P. Let me say this. I'm super stoked for this game. I am super stoked for this game. Andrew Body comes back into full attendance. NCCU is in a semi-rebuild, trying to find a replacement for Davius Richards. This game, to me, is going to come down to coaching. And my biggest question marks in this game was NCCU's D-line. Last year, it was atrocious. I'm talking about god-awful. It was horrible. Their linebackers are pretty. Their linebackers were good. Their DBs were really good, but their front 4 or their front 3, because they did like a 3-3-5, was just not it for me. It just wasn't it for me. So, have they reinforced the trenches on the NCCU side? For me, Alabama State. What does a Chris Barnett team look like? And I'm telling you guys how I feel about. I called somebody who has dealt with Chris Barnett, and from what that person told me, who's coached this game, they said, Scotty, Chris Barnett is not the innovator that people think he is. I've seen Chris Barnett. I've seen him enough times to tell you that he has a hard time making adjustments, and he's very stubborn in his play calling. And I think Chris Barnett is going to put handcuffs on Andrew Body. I think Alabama State is going to put a Ferrari in the garage. That's just the feeling I get when I think about Alabama State and Andrew Body going. If Andrew Body had gone to any other team, NCCU, FAMU, PV, I think you would have seen the true ability of the ceiling of what Andrew could be. And I'm gonna go to this comment by Russell Haynes. I think if Body was in the Meac, his NFL draft stock will be up, and I 100% agree with him. Based off the competition that they see on a regular basis, their out of conference schedule would have been able to boost Andrew Body's status as a quarterback. And I'm going to say it right here, right now. I believe Andrew Body is a 3,000, 1,000 yard player. With Alabama State, I think he's a 1,500 guy with maybe 500 or 600 or 700 yards. I don't think that's anything special. I'm giving you my full thoughts on Andrew going to Alabama State. It does not matter if he wins a championship at Alabama State. If he ends up being a game manager, it's a hard reputation to get over. It just is. Alabama State people will love him forever. He'll be a legend at Alabama State. But if his aspirations are going to the next level, Alabama State was not the right school of choice. That's just my personal opinion. So with that, I think he makes this team valuable. He makes it valuable because of his ability, of his running ability, of his quarterbacking ability. Do I think they're going to use it to the fullest extent? I do not. So with that being said, I'm going with NCCU. I have NCCU winning this game, 21-17. And before anybody tells me, Scotty, you're going against Andrew, it's not a against Andrew thing. I don't trust the offensive coordinator that he's with. They could very well win this game. And Andrew could throw for 150, 170 and a touchdown, and that's great. That's kudos, right? He won the game. I think it's going to look ugly. I don't know. It reminds me of like what the feeling that I get about Alabama State. It reminds me of like an old 90s football team. Like it just looks rough, right? But I think with the coaching ability of Trey Oliver, with the coaching ability of Matt Leon, Alabama State's defense is no slouch. I think that it keeps them in the game. I think their Alabama State's defense is going to keep them in the game. But I do think that NCCU has the better offensive minds. I think NCCU has better coaching. And I'm going to lean towards them of getting the best out of Walker Harris and being able to make adjustments throughout the game. So I got NCCU 21-17. What you got, Barry?
I'm going to go on the other side with this. I'm going to go with Alabama State in this one. I just still think on the other side for North Carolina Central, Davius Richards is an offensive production that is hard to replace. A 4-year guy and 2-time Meac Offensive Player of the Year. That is a lot of offense that you asking to be replaced, especially then bringing in a guy that's going to be with limited experience. Also, the running back position last year was key to go along with Davius Richards. I think the entire thing with Alabama State, when you talk about the quarterback position and taking the chains off the quarterback and let the quarterback actually play. What was the kid name when you first came? Was it Jacoby Merritt? No, it wasn't Merritt. What was the quarterback at Alabama State?
It was Miles Crawley, and
before
then it was
Miles, that spring.
It was Ryan Nettles.
Ryan Nettles, right?
Yeah.
That kid was supposed to be the next coming,
Yeah.
right? Just fizzled out.
Yep.
You had Miles Crawley there, and then Miles Crawley ultimately left the program. Then you brought in the kid from North Shore out of Houston who was supposed to be
Demetrius Davis, yeah.
Demetrius Davis, who was supposed to be a 3-star. I think now that you bring in, that it's got to be understood that you went in and got Andrew Body for a reason. You had to have had a conversation with Andrew Body, and I'm pretty sure Andrew Body had to have had a conversation with them saying, hey, all right, if I come to your school, will you allow me to be who I can be with the potential that I have? I just feel like that conversation had to be had. And because of that, I just don't, for me, see them being in a position to keep the chains on him. You have to let him loose. This is the perfect game to let him loose and be who he is because he's dealt with the injuries. But we've all seen what the potential can be. And the expectation is high. And for Andrew Body at this point, it's either now or never to show everybody really what you can be and what you can do. No more excuses because you're not at Texas Southern. You actually in a primetime game now.
Yeah, this is real.
You never had a primetime game at Texas Southern. You had games at Southern in Dallas. You had against Prairie View. But now all eyes are on you. And Eddie Robertson should know this. Eddie Robertson Jr. should know this is a primetime game going against a team who won a Black College National Championship within the past 2 years. And so because of that, You have to be able to take the chains off of him and allow Andrew Body to do what he does. And because of that, I think offensively with Andrew Body, with what he's done, what I said, a 4,000-yard passer in his 3 years at Texas Southern, and his rush 4,000, that's 5,000 total yards of offense by himself. 27 passing, 9 rushing. What is on the other side? What does North Carolina Central have at quarterback that can be able to duplicate that early on right now? We don't know, but I'm going to ride with Andrew Body in this one, and I think Eddie Robinson Jr. has to be able to allow this kid to be who he's going to be. The potential is there. Everybody has been high on Andrew Body. Now here's the platform to finally let's see what he's capable of. And no bigger win that he can get than a team that has won a Black College National Championship, a team that has picked high in the Meac, and a team for him that is picked high in the Swac to win the Swac East and play for a Swac championship. So I'm going to go 28-17 because of what I said of all of those offensive production that I think Andrew Body can bring. I think he gives them that little bit edge of offense that North Carolina Central is missing with having the Davius Richardson last year.
I think this game is, and I agree with Alex Hines, I think this game is strictly trench play. When NCCU is going to have to be able to stop the run. If NCCU can't stop the run, it's going to be a long day. It's Alabama State by a lot because Chris Barnett's going to run it down your throat, right? NCCU has got to get that D-line together. You know Alabama State's bringing that boy Traquan Thomas. You know they're bringing Rico Dozier. Listen, defensive is not going to be the issue for Alabama State. So this game might be as slow as possible. Offense is trying to figure each other out and things like that. And the thing that's going to help Alabama State is they got Andrew's legs, right? So if things don't come out or get open as they like, Andrew just take off. And
everybody has to step up in this game. This is the game he's been waiting for as a collegiate football player. This is front stage and center. This is the game. Everybody's been waiting on this, and now here's the opportunity. First game of the year against a formidable opponent, a championship caliber team. This is it. Simple as that. He has to perform.
Yeah.
And Eddie Robinson Jr. has to allow him to be who he is and take the change. You got to ride. He may make mistakes, but you just got to let him do his thing.
Yeah, you got to ride it out.
Yep.
Got to ride it out.
And he has to stay healthy. That's the other part.
That's a good point. He has to, and he's never really been an injury. Injuries have never plagued him. He just had one big shoulder injury that lingered on, and it ended up being more serious than what people thought it would be. So, but he's not an injury-prone kid. But at the end of the day, I agree with you, P. This is a primetime game, and I think if Andrew wants to put the world on notice, this is a great game to do it. It's a great game to do it. And once again, I'm going to say that this has nothing, my choice of NCCU has nothing to do with my thoughts of or the ability of Andrew Body. It's the fact of the matter is I don't know how Chris Barnett is going to utilize Andrew Body. No matter how bad David Marsh was at Texas Southern, I knew he was going to put the ball in Andrew's hand to get the game won. I don't know if Chris Barnett is going to do that. That's my hesitation on picking Alabama State. The reason I'm leaning towards NCCU is I do believe Trey Oliver is a headsy coach. I do believe Matt Leone is a great offensive-minded guy. So I think they're going to have the ability to kind of figure out what Walker Harris does well and lean to his strengths and know what he's capable of, right? So that is my thing. At the end of the day, that's how I feel about this game. But I think it's going to be an amazing game. This is a Sunday game. To let everybody know, this is a Sunday game. It's not a Saturday game. It's a Sunday game. And the Powell State game is on Thursday. The Colorado game is on Thursday. So it's going to be a lot of Thursday games.
Arkansas UAPB.
Okay.
There's some UAPB people in here somewhere, man. They're going to be there at the War Memorial in Little Rock.
You know,
under this game, 30,000.
Under. I think it's under 20.
Yeah.
I think it's under. I just don't believe that.
The city of Miami don't understand the magnitude of this game.
It's not even that.
What?
It's not even that. Miami's a far. Listen, have you gone to Miami to watch any single game?
I have not.
It is not cheap.
Southern
Okay,
ain't been there.
It is not cheap. Listen, shout out to Jackson State because when Dion was in there, they came out full-fledged. Shout out to FAMU and Jack State. They came out full-fledged, right? But and Jack State really came out deep. Ain't nobody doing that, bro. Listen, and Jack State people weren't staying in like the outskirts of Miami. Them Bama's was staying in South Beach, okay? Like they was in there. All right. So it is not about to be nowhere near what it's been for the past few years at the OBC, which is sad because it's a great event. It really is a really nice event. It is A1. The stadium is nice. The suites are nice. Everything about it is nice. But it's just a long trip, bro. It is a long trip. I stayed in Fort Lauderdale because I'm not staying in South Beach. Okay? If you go to the Miami game, stay in Fort Lauderdale. It's way cheaper and it's nice. I love Fort Lauderdale. That's nice. So it is what it is.
What you think this game would have did if it was in Birmingham?
If it was in Atlanta.
Well, I get Atlanta, yeah.
If it was in Atlanta, if it was in Birmingham, it would be packed out from Alabama State. You know what I'm saying?
And I'm asking because that stadium is there with the possibility of somebody.
I hate Legion Field, bro. I hate Legion Field.
Me too. I'm not a fan of it.
I think this is the type of game that
does this game need to be one of them like you take it to the old school classics, the Chicago Football Classic, the Circle City Classic, Indianapolis, the Detroit Football Classic.
Let me not say that because I don't know how people travel to Chicago and Detroit.
Well, I ask you because those cities come out for if it's good matchups. Yeah. Chicago like black college football. Indianapolis in the past enjoys good black college football. Detroit is so that's what those classics used to be. It used to be these types of matchups back in the day, a Southern versus a Hampton or Florida A&M versus a Grambling. You would get that Meac, Swac, vibe like a Alabama State, North Carolina Central. I'm just seeing, would that make sense for you better than Miami?
Oh, wait. Real quick. She said, messed up and stayed in South Beach the first year. Hotel hit us with a $1,500 deposit upon check-in. God.
That cut them the meals you was looking to put all on Snapchat and Instagram down, didn't it?
Woo-wee. But yeah, listen, I got a story about that. But anyway, listen, I would love to see it in any other place than Miami. This game. Like, to me, FAMU is the only thing that makes sense in Miami. It just is because that's their base. Their base is Florida, right? Like, you know what I'm saying?
FAMU Southern in Miami would go crazy.
That would work.
FAMU and Southern in Miami would go crazy.
That would work, right? And I know the OBC is probably looking to get FAMU back into this matchup because it just makes locality. It just makes sense, right? The locality of it just makes sense. But this is the type of game that to me it should be anywhere else but Miami.
Yeah, because North Carolina Central is playing Norfolk where this year? Is it in Indianapolis?
I think so.
Yeah, they playing in the Circle City Classic this year. So North Carolina Central is going to 2 neutral sites for big games this year.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, I believe they are playing Norfolk in Indianapolis, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So it is, and Bethune-Cookman, I don't know how their fans are, but I know Bethune-Cookman is way closer to Miami than Tallahassee is. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. But to answer your question, it's definitely under 30,000. It ain't even coming close to that. Yeah. In my personal opinion, I wouldn't be surprised if it's like 18 to 22. I think it's gonna be like between 18 and 22.
I think whoever loses this game is in the sun. What time is this game? Didn't they have that thing open?
It's usually like that. It's usually 1 or 2. And the home team is always in the shade and the away team is in the home. So whoever's the home team, because the way the cool thing about this stadium is built for home field advantage. The way the sun comes up, it beams right down on the away side. It never
it's an east-west side.
Yeah, it's crazy because
so if you on the east and the sun setting in the west, the sun beating right down on you.
Dog. Usually by that time it's gotten darker. It's not as hot. By the middle of the day, that joke will be directly on the away side, and it'll get to 100 something real quick because the sun is literally just beaming down on you. But they said it's supposed to rain. So 3 p.m. kickoff.
Oh,
So
that's hot.
So it's supposed to rain. It's probably gonna be muggy out there. So we'll see how it goes, man. But it should be a great game. Call outs over
Before we go,
go ahead.
what was going on, boy? Did you see Norfolk giving it up to Glory all over the field early on in the first quarter?
Oh, y'all, I'm like, did y'all do any conditioning?
I think they must have just ate. They must have ate good and overindulged. It must have been lobster and shrimp and steak. And them dudes was like, you know what? I'm gonna eat all I can right now. Everybody was just giving it up. And ESPN know they wrong. ABC know they wrong for studies showing that shit, man. Come on.
And then they showed the girl cleaning it up on the.
What if I was eating my wings, man, while I'm watching the game? I couldn't believe they was doing that.
That girl had the towel and she was squeezing it up, and I was like, ah. Anyway, hey, call outs are open 518-263-8124, 518-263-8124. Get you guys' opinion. When you're calling in, give us a time. So, give me some time. I want to make sure Perry can hear you, and then I want to make sure the chat can hear you as well. All right.
What do you think about Tiff and Jay?
Listen, I never will say anything bad about Tiffany. I'm just tired of seeing they're just like, is there not anybody else that you can find to talk about HBCU football? They do everything. Everything. There's nobody else you can find just to talk about the game. You know what I'm saying? Then you got a white man on the sideline. He don't know what he talking about. It just
they was interviewing Tyrese and they wasted their time with Tyrese.
Listen, Tiffany. I think Tiffany's she's just a great announcer. I love when she be like, into the end zone. I love Tiffany when she calls the game. It makes me super, super excited. But I just want to see something different. I would like to see Tiffany with somebody different. You know what I'm saying? It comes off like big brother, little sister type vibes when he be talking to her. You know what I'm saying? And
he was like at one point, see, this is why we always get into it. This is why we get into it all the time, because this X, Y, and Z, it do feel like big brother, little sister.
It gets it gets that vibe because he's been doing it so long and things like that.
He's been doing a long time, man.
Yeah.
I'm talking about all the way back to the early days with Charlie Neal when they was doing, a lot of y'all may not remember NBC Sports, owned by Robert Townsend. That was in the early 2000s. Once BET kind of faded out, NBC started taking over and shit. Charlie Neal been around that long. Not Charlie Neal, Jay Walker. Then he transitioned to ESPN and he's kind of just took it over.
Yeah. So it is what it is. Let me get to these callers. JB coming to you, then AT Roy coming to you.
Good evening, gentlemen. How you guys doing?
Hey,
Glad
P,
to see Outspoken back on the airwaves.
Hey, P, can you hear him?
Yeah, I hear him great. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Chat, let me know if you can hear him, chat. All right, go ahead, JB.
All right, y'all. So, so a few things about this game, but then, of course, some of the commentary as well. I think one, for the OVC to survive this stuff, I'm not sure if you're going to have to keep putting it in Hard Rock Life Stadium. True, it does sound good being in an NFL stadium, but the brands of the schools playing matter. If this game doesn't get at least 40% capacity, this is going to be an issue in the future games, because you just can't have FAMU or BCU playing that game every year in order to draw numbers. You need to draw numbers no matter who it is. So possibly maybe move to the soccer stadium, possibly, because where the Miami team plays, that will be a potential landing spot. Number one. Number two, Jay and Tiffany, I agree with you guys on that. But the only thing I would say is that watching them announce games, now it's true that Duke sound okay together. But my thing is, okay, can we not have the big brother, big sister, or family reunion talk every time the game comes out? Can we actually have football game conversations as well? And then the third thing is for Perry. Do you see the Swac possibly breaking the FBS jinx this year?
What matchup in particular are you looking at?
Just in general. There's been talk about possibly JSU maybe beating Monroe this year. That should happen, but of course, you know, the Swac hasn't won an FBS game since '85. So hopefully this is the year that a Swac school breaks that curse somehow.
Not so fast, my friend. It's not going to happen this year.
Okay. Gotcha. And of course, the last thing I want to mention also, okay, you mentioned Andrew about, I guess, like going to ASU, because we're going to the next level. Now, that sounds good in theory, but a couple things work against. Number one, Alabama State has 2 D2 games for non-conference. If you're trying to go to the next level, you can't have average showings just in general, or in this case, if you don't really go 500 plus against Miles and Tuskegee, you're going to have an issue. Should he have gone somewhere maybe like Incarnate Word would actually have quarterbacks put up those kind of numbers, which I could actually help him get to the next level?
That's my point. That's why I say he should have went to a Meac school. If you go to a Meac school,
Right.
4 or 5 of your games are out of conference against top level talent. You're going to play a Power 5 school that works in your favor. Going to Alabama State and they're not playing Auburn or any type of Power 5 program or any top level FCS program, it's like, okay, whatever, right? So yeah, that's why I said if you go to NCCU, if you go to Morgan State, like you beating a Power 5 program. Because let's be real, I'm gonna be honest. Could Andrew have done what Georgia Tech, with the kid from Georgia Tech did? Absolutely. Like Haynes King wasn't special. He made probably 5 decent throws. The rest of it was just running the ball. So if you're telling me he can make it to Power 5, Andrew can make it to Power 5. So you get what I'm saying? It's all about finding the right fit and finding your right system. Now, is Haynes King a draftable QB? Probably not. You know what I'm saying? But if it's just making Power 5, you're definitely able to make it Power 5. You got to find the right fit.
Gotcha.
Hey, appreciate the call though, JB. AT Roy, then Mr. D coming to you.
What's up, gentlemen?
What's up, man?
Hey, man, I need to talk about these 2 subjects that you all talked about us. So, from a band standpoint, man, listen, A&T or Aggie Land is busting at the seams for demand in all kind of ways. And so our homecoming games sold out in less than 12 hours after the remaining tickets after season tickets were sold. We are more concerned about our fans being able to get into the game than bringing a band that won't even take up the whole section and us losing almost $20,000 in revenue. Of course, you all know that we need to up our budgets because the CAA is a little bit of a different animal. So listen, we feel for Hampton not being able to come to the game, but we got some bigger priorities. Matter of fact, like people have said, we haven't had bands come because we do a lot of stuff at halftime. And again, we sell out months before the games actually are played. So, we kind of hate it for it being like that, but that's the way it is.
Okay. I mean,
right.
it was your choice. It was your choice to make that jump to the CAA and increase y'all budgets. But continue on.
Hold on, A&T Roy, man. This for the culture, though, man. Why schedule the folks for homecoming? I mean, it wasn't going to hurt you to let them get a little section over there, man. This one, I get it, the revenue, whatever, because y'all ain't selling out nothing, so you got your one opportunity. But it's for the culture, man. This is what homecoming and HBCU, and not necessarily just homecoming, but this is what the HBCU is all about, man.
Yeah. Hey, so let me tell you the other thing, though. So there's a lot of demand for people wanting to have an HBCU for homecoming, even though we still sold out the last 2 years when we played, 3 years when we played the white school. So we still sell out no matter what. But there was a lot of people saying, man, we want an HBCU for homecoming. And of course, Hampton was the best choice because we're in the same conference and it was easy to do. And some people say, man, why would we schedule Hampton for homecoming when we could have gotten another school, got the sellout, plus gotten Hampton, allowed their band to come, and still probably had a bigger crowd than what we would normally have against the PWI. And so, it was just a choice. And so that's the way we come out on it this time, and we'll see what we do in the future.
Okay. So
are y'all alums saying anything, or do y'all not care? Because I feel like at this point, y'all starting to remove yourselves to the point where y'all don't care. You just create your own environment. But what is being said amongst people in the A&T community? Are they saying, hey, we would have loved to have seen another band, or, you know?
Oh, yeah, it's both sides. So I'm saying, man, I wish the band Hampton was coming from a band standpoint. Of course, they say, oh, see, we're losing that culture. But then on the other side, people are saying, man, that's a business decision. And for our fans to be able to get into the game. There's probably like 300-400 seats in that section. So, you know, it's a lot of folks that got tickets. All right, let me talk about the 3 wins. Can I do that?
Go right ahead.
All right. So here's what I got. I got 4 wins. I got four books like in spades. I got 4. I got 3 possibles and 2 long shot maybes. So my 4 are we're gonna beat all the blacks.
And who are those?
All the blacks. Winston-Salem State, North Carolina Central, South Carolina State, and Hampton. Now, the 3 possibles are Towson, Eli, and Campbell.
Stop right there. Stop right there. You are not beating Towson. Dog, put that in the never worry. Put that in the never worry. You're not beating Towson.
What?
Dog, stop it, bro.
Hey, man, listen.
You were
Okay,
1-11 last year. 1-11.
So we addressed our issues, and you all are going to see it. I'm not going to tell you what those things were. But you're going to see a whole different A&T football team this year.
I'll tell you what it was. You were ass. You had to address everything. Your D-line was trash. You ran that 3-3-5. Sure. It was horrible.
Coach still wearing them cookout sandals.
them grill bastards 3000s. You know what I'm saying? Your quarterback play was atrocious. The only decent thing you had last year was the running back.
Yeah. Okay. Again, listen, I'm not going to argue with it. I'm just telling you we have addressed our issues, and you're going to see a whole different team this year than what you saw last year. Trust me.
So, I mean, the only way I can trust it is you saying they may have a push for a CAA title.
Fuck out of here.
What do you mean? Oh, no. We're not ready for that yet.
So then what's the improvement then?
You're not ready for 4 wins.
All right.
That's what I'm saying. Then what's the improvement?
We've improved our quarterback room. We got much more experience. This kid is 6'4", 225. The grad transfer we got. Our freshman is a lot more from last year. Is a lot more experience. But the big deal is our defensive line. Last year we played 3 kids. 1 was a true freshman, and 2 were redshirt freshmen who had only played like a few snaps the season before.
The dog know you lying.
Now we got. So now we have 4 defensive linemen, 280 to 290 defensive tackles. We got 4 defensive ends, 250 to 265, and 6'4" or around 6'4", 6'4". So we're bigger on our defensive line and a lot more experience. We actually brought in a transfer from Appalachian State, and what they're telling me is this dude is a beast. So we ain't gonna get pushed around like we did last year, and our quarterback room is gonna be a lot better. That's it.
So I'm still hearing 3 wins. I'm giving you Winston-Salem State because they D2. If they
over under 5 wins on
under.
A&T over under 5 wins.
You might beat Wake Forest Thursday.
You said what?
We might beat Wake Forest Thursday.
Oh,
bye,
Roy.
Bye, Roy. Now you just
appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. My God.
Under 5. Listen, you're lucky. You're lucky you getting the 3 because you play Winston-Salem State. If you didn't have Winston-Salem State on there, you're not getting the 4.
That man said we may beat Wake Forest. We didn't even put that game nowhere on the show tonight. Y'all might get blew out the worst by all this shit. Come on, man.
All the blacks. We beating all the blacks. Boy, I tell you.
You see how they talk? Did you catch how they talking at A&T? Yeah, all the blacks. Exactly. Like, yeah, what the hell are you talking about?
Mr. D, coming to you.
What's the deal, Pickles?
What's good? Talk to me.
What's going on, Perry?
What's up with you?
So look, I want to talk about the OBC. I love the OBC, but I think that, the numbers are not going to be what they were with the Dion years. And I would suggest that, in Miami, I don't even have any of my family calling me talking about the game, which that's telling me it's a sign that they're not going to have the numbers. But what I would suggest to the OBC is to invite all the high school bands and give those tickets away for like $1, have it to the school system, and the upper deck, give that to all the bands in the Miami and Fort Lauderdale area, because when you have that game and just the lower section is half full or not full at all, it's not going to look right. So I wish them well with this, but they got to do something with get the people excited by attending. What's your thoughts on that?
Oh, you want me to speak on it? Man, you got to do something. Marketing and promoting is key, especially when you have this game set for a while. And you're right. You got to sell. The whole point of this is being for Alabama State and North Carolina Central to take advantage of being able to recruit that area. Most of all, when I pick, if it's me and I'm an AD and I'm going to a city to play a game, I'm looking at how is this going to benefit us recruiting athletes, getting with the band, saying how can you go and audition while you're here to potentially get band students, as well as just hopefully winning over new students that just want to come to your school, period. So you got to take advantage of every opportunity by going into a market like this and try to figure out how can you sell your brand all across that city nonstop. And for me, if I'm Bama State or North Carolina Central, the moment this game was signed up to happen, we would have been sending people down there all nonstop. We would have been all around the city for the past 5-6 months. Our name would have already been known. That way, we would have purposely ourselves created excitement to bring the kids and the parents to the game. But that's how I think if you take me into a city that we're not familiar with, that my brand is not normally marketed in, I have to then do my part, not only for the classic people to pump it up and hype it up, I then have to go create that excitement throughout the city as much as I can leading up into that game, just for those kids to bother their parents and for the school to say, all right, let's get these folks to the game. That's just me personally.
I think, if I'm being honest, I think the OBC has done a really great job marketing at the schools to get them to come to Miami. I think they've done a really, really good job of that. I've seen them at the spring game. I've seen them interact.
I agree to that.
Yeah, they've been doing some really, really high-level marketing. I got to give them credit for that because they know they don't have that Dion marketing machine behind them, so they got to go out and do more, and I think they've been doing a really great job. Shout out to the OBC crew for that. But at the end of the day, I just think it fits better with a Florida school. You know what I'm saying? If it is Bethune-Cookman, if it's a 1 year on, 1 year off with Bethune and FAMU, swapping out, I think that's a smart way to play it. But and honestly, I would like, me personally, I think it would be dope if they had a doubleheader, like a Florida Memorial game in the morning, and then like a FAMU game at night. I think that would be amazing. I think that would be something different. You can kind of double up, go see 2 games for the price of 1, or however you want to do it. Something like that, I think would be dope. You know what I'm saying? So, but overall, it's a great event. And anybody's able to get down there, I will tell anybody, get down to the OBC. Listen, stay in Fort Lauderdale, right by the beach, really nice hotels. There's a 24-hour pizza spot at the corner. I loved it. I ate there.
I can rent my condo out, so hit me up if y'all want to stay. $600 a night.
Big money.
Scotty, what you think of Bethune-Cookman and Southern in the Orange Blossom Classic will be like?
I don't think it'll be as big as FAMU in Southern.
Yeah, well, of course not. Of course, but I'm just saying, like, if FAMU tends to not with, because Bethune-Cookman and Southern played in Jacksonville last year.
That's fair.
So would that be enticing to the area of the city of Miami, Bethune-Cookman, and you don't think so?
I don't know. I'm not a Florida guy. You know what I'm saying? I just know,
It'll work. It'll work. But FAM, it'll work. But if you have a Florida team there, it'll work. So Scott, are you all going down there? Are you doing any shows?
Nah, I'm not heading down to the OBC this year. I am at the crib. The wife didn't want to take the newborn down there, so we are at the crib.
All right. Give a shout out to your wife, man. And Perry, nice seeing you, brother. Y'all keep up the good work.
All right, appreciate it, Mr.
Yes,
D.
sir. Yes, sir.
8503, then FAMU KJ coming to you. I calling you live.
Hola, mi amigo Scotty, mi amigo Perry.
Sí, señor.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Muy bien, ¿y tú?
Más o menos, más o menos.
This is a new year, but same old me. JSU hate. The end of week 1, JSU will be 0-1. Gracias, amigo.
I love it. 0-1. 0-1. That's all I need to hear. 0-1. Listen, you are so right. Shout out to Official D Channel. The Promenti Bros, that spot is amazing. Listen, I love their pizza. I love their hamburgers, everything. Everything about that place is amazing. Shout out to them. FAMU KJ coming to you.
All right. What's up, Scotty? Hey, I wanted to just comment on, this was the one move I did agree with the OBG on. You have to show people your worth. And I do agree with what she's doing. I think the OBC committee now is realizing, damn, all right, so I guess FAMU is the important draw. So what we can't do now is mess it up. That if we go back to negotiation, whoever the athletic director, you got them now. So nothing less than $800,000 to $1 million to come down there, or you can just continue to flounder as you do. But I'm glad she did make this move. I'm glad that FAMU's worth is being shown now. So you got them. So if they want to continue to go with schools like North Carolina Central or Alabama State or whatever, let them do it. I don't think they'll be on TV any longer, but if we have the driver's seat now, negotiation, don't give it back. Ask for what you want. It's not about, it's what you want and then you can get it. So let me hear your response on that.
$800,000. Do you know the hold up?
Yes, sir.
Time out. First of all, she's a promoter as well, and it has to make financial sense, right?
Yeah, the city of Miami gives money too.
I agree with you.
Miami Gardens give them money also.
Okay, but at the end, listen, I'm not saying that you don't have value. I'm not saying that at all. But let's be very clear. You guys aren't selling out the stadium by yourself. You guys aren't bringing 20,000 people. Like FAMU is not bringing 20 to 25,000 people. It is a blend of the two schools that are going there. Now, I think if the right matchup is presented, I think you could do something. I think you can get about 30,000 in there with the right matchup. But it all comes down to the right matchup. It's not that if she signs up FAMU, it's a guaranteed 20,000, 25,000 people in the stadium. That's not a guarantee. We still talking about ninjas.
I disagree with that, Scotty.
We still talking about ninjas.
I think FAMU alone can get 20. Easy. Yeah, our name, we can get 20. Now, the other teams that you bring in may be the other 10, 12, but we can get 20, 25 easy. Yeah, Miami, I disagree with that one now.
Listen, if I'm telling you straight up, if I was Kendra, I'm not giving you no $800,000. There's not a game at Bragg where you make that. It's like I'm overpaying for your value. Take your ass back to Bragg and show me that you can make $800,000. You're not. I talked to Gaucher. You don't even make that for homecoming.
I hear all what you're saying, but it's at the same time now, if she's going to survive, and she is a fellow alum, and like I said, we could probably try to talk, but if she's going to survive, let's look at what happens with both the TV ratings and this game coming up on Monday, and somebody's going to have to move, and hopefully it won't be FAMU to give her a home cooked deal there to bail her out. So we have the cards in our hands. Again, definitely no less than 700,000. I don't care, no less than 700,000.
I'm not doing that. So if y'all brought that deal to me, I'm saying go fuck yourself. Like you're out your cotton picking mine because you're not.
Where else are you going to be able to get a draw? You're going to end up folding up because ABC is probably or ESPN. They're going to probably pull the plug on you.
Okay, I'd rather save money than deal out money and then still fold, because if I pay you $800,000, you're not worth $800,000. You're not. You're overvaluing yourself. The most I would give you is $600,000, and be very mindful of what you're asking. Because if I tell you I'm paying you $6, if I pay you $6, I'm not paying for none of your travel. You got to pay for that. You want me to pay you $600,000 or $700,000 and pay for your band and give your band an honorarium and pay for all the travel expenses? You're out your cotton picking mind.
Don't forget my cheerleaders.
We get down there on Thursday. We do a parade. The band does a battle of the bands and a pregame and postgame show for you. So you're going to tell me all that work that the band is doing in itself, that we can't get $800,000?
Listen, I will up.
Come on, bro.
Listen, hold up. I will up the honorarium, right? So if I'm paying FAMU $500,000 or $600,000, I'll pay the band $30,000 to $50,000, because the honorarium, I believe, is like $20,000 or maybe $15,000 or $20,000. But remember, she's paying for all the travel expenses for your 100-person freaking band. She's paying for the hotel rooms for your 100-person freaking band. So how much money in expenses is she giving you? Because if I give you $60,000 to $70,000 or $100,000 in an honorarium, I'm not paying for travel. So now you're taking out a chunk. You're taking a chunk of your money just to get your band down there.
But Scott, this is what I'm trying to get you to understand, okay? She's not paying it. The city of Miami Gardens covers that. You're giving back to the city of Miami, hotels, food, parking, all those things they're getting back. So when you keep saying that she's giving us that, that's not true. So that's why I'm saying both the Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and the Dade County, they are making money.
Then do it
yourself.
So
there's no way.
Then do it yourself.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Go ahead,
because
man.
then this puts in, you was talking about the Bayou Classic and talking about classics and teams selling themselves and who can pick. And it may not necessarily been the Bayou Classic, but just if you have these brands, do you think the city of Miami could ever go to FAMU and Bethune-Cookman and lure them away from Orlando?
I do think they can. With the right. Now, see, this is my thing. Now, if you're talking about the Florida Classic, I would 100% agree with you. Florida, because it's a guaranteed 60,000. It don't matter where you take it. It's a guaranteed 60,000. You get what I'm saying?
No, I if they played that game down in Miami, you're not gonna get 60,000. You're not gonna get 60,000. If the Florida Classic was played in Miami, you're not gonna get 60,000.
So you're telling me, I want to get this. I need you to understand what you're telling me. You're telling me that I would pay you the same value that you get for running your own, because you guys own the Florida Classic. Bethune and FAMU own it. You make about $1 to $2 million off of that. You think I'm going to pay you $1 million to take your measly 20 to 15,000 fans to Miami when you're packing out the Florida Classic with 60 to 70,000 people? You out your cotton picking mind. That's bad business.
Yeah, like I said, I will say about 800K, but again, the city of Miami Gardens is paying the bulk of that. And at the same time, they're getting it back just, again, from visitors, from hotel tax, food, parking, all those different things. And that's over now. That's a holiday weekend. So you're getting it back. That's over a 3 to 4 day period, man. So, yeah, I definitely, man.
Negative.
That you can't tell me that over a 3 to 4 day period, the visitors that are coming in there are not giving you, what, $200,000, $300,000 a day on that?
I'm negative.
Come on, bro.
I'm not paying you $1 million when you're making $1 million off of 60,000 people being at the Florida Classic. You're making $1 million to $2 million off that. That's a
bad deal. And I'll be honest with you, that's a bad deal.
Okay, then. So how about you fix your deal first to show me your real value, and then come talk to me. Because as of right now, if I'm Kendra, there's no way I'm paying you over $600,000. It ain't happening. And I'm taking care of all your expenses. Listen, even if the city is doing.
So Scott, hold. So now you know that. How much are they paying North Carolina Central and Alabama State?
About $400,000.
So okay. So wait a minute, bro. You gonna pay these guys the same thing you gonna pay fans? Come on, man. That's crazy.
Listen.
Matter of fact, now that I know that, shit. I know we're not taking less than 800. You gonna give Alabama State and North Carolina Central the same thing that you giving your home team and home state team?
How can I, bro? Come on, man.
No.
That doesn't listen. See,
Okay, now that shit gonna really go up to 800 to $1 million now.
Listen, you're just talking. You don't understand how this works. If your numbers have already gotten out, the numbers had already gotten out of what they were paying FAMU. It's not like it was a secret. So NCCU is not going to be dumb enough to be like, oh yeah, we're willing to take a $300,000 pay cut or a $200,000. They know what you was paying FAM. I know I can't get FAM prices because I'm not FAM. But if you're trying to get me, I gotta get somewhere near that. It gotta make sense for my school to come down there to take away a home game for me.
Right, but Scotty, listen to that, bro. You're gonna probably have maybe 8,000 to 10,000 people in attendance, and we may give you 12, right? And you're gonna give them the same. North Carolina Central maybe bringing 2,000 people, and you're gonna give them $300,000 to $400,000 and expenses. The same thing you get a FAMU.
That wasn't what FAMU
and then you're
was
gonna
getting.
try to come back and renegotiate for us to come down there, and we're gonna take the same thing.
So
come on, man, come on. That sounds crazy.
They said
that is crazy.
They said Alabama State and NCCU are getting paid $300,000
and expenses, right?
Yeah, and expenses.
And so you want FAMU to take that same deal.
That's not what they had. That's not what they had. FAMU was getting offered $500,000.
No. No, it was 400,000 plus expenses.
No, it was not. It was the new contract was $500,000.
No. They were negotiating for that, and then the problem was the money was paid out over a 6-month period.
I don't know.
So that was the problem. You were getting a signing bonus right up front, 90 days after it, and up to 90 days following after that second payment.
I don't know how.
Like,
listen,
bro.
I'm not going to speak on how
we're not cutting it like that.
Listen, I don't care how you cutting it. You're not making that at FAMU. And if you want to stay at FAMU, that's fine. And y'all can just go your happy separate ways because I talked to Gaucher. I know what you make for homecoming. You didn't make that you won't make that at you can't make that what you make at the OBC from homecoming. You can't. Now, you might make it for some ancillary stuff and all the extra stuff, but off the game, just the football game and filling out the stadium, that's not what you're bringing in. So at the end of the day, I'm not paying you no $800,000 to come to Miami. That shit's up the creek.
Okay, well, we just have to agree to disagree. I just hope that FAMU doesn't fold too many times. We don't get our value, and I'll be damned we're not gonna start down like that. If you're giving another,
thank you. 3573 coming to you, and then Dave coming to you. Hey, calling you live.
Hey, what's Scotty, man? It's Jay out of Birmingham, man.
What's up, man? Talk to me.
Man, I agree with just what you said, man. I don't know why I'm bugging like that, because $300K expenses, bro. You got to think about it. You got the football team, which is flying. You got the band, and I know Bama State gonna come down there with at least like 6-7 buses. And you talking about they leave like a Friday or Saturday, the game on Sunday? Come on, man. Y'all got to put all that ad all this stuff up. Y'all got to think that's money. It costs travel, eat, food. They eat like cheerleaders. Then you got boards, all that stuff. Man, folks don't know, bro. But we'll take that 300 check. Shit. That's good. And then two, I just want to say for the ones that come down there. Our alumni presence down there in Miami is stronger than what folks think. Because if you look at our roster right now, about 30 to 40% of the football players that's on the roster right now are from that area.
Yeah.
Family and all that. Hey, I got folks I know I went to school with when I was at state. Shoot, they're from the area. So folks gonna be sleeping on Bama State coming down there now. I don't know about North Carolina now. Shoot, I know they don't travel out there well. I was probably sitting there big when they went to Atlanta that year, but they had a nice turnout. But Miami, like you said, it's a whole different ball game. It's expensive, but I know in fact I'm going down there on Saturday, flying out with a whole bunch of alumni groups. So Bama State president, I think we'll bring about at least 10K.
Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad for Bama State people to bring it down, man. I appreciate the call. I ain't understand nothing that man was saying. I ain't gonna, that boy was southern through the court. Let me say this. I talked to Ashley Robinson. Ashley said he lost money every year he went to the OBC because he lost out on a home game. He was losing money going to the OBC, but he said he did it because of the notoriety of the game and it being the first and, FAMU coming back to the SWAC. It made sense off the notoriety, but he lost money because he can get 40 to 50,000 people in a stadium. If your stadium holds 18K and talking to Gaucher, I'm like, okay.
Let me say this. I think a lot of people also get these type of games confused because I was having this conversation last night. These games away from your typical region of areas where you play, most HBC, not even going to say most, outside of FAMU, Southern, and Jackson, seriously, and maybe, just maybe Grambling, you don't have a fan base that can sustain going far. The best thing for you in these games is to excite the community of the city that you in and to draw in the fans of that community. Most HBCUs of these football programs and fans not traveling 20,000, 15,000 deep everywhere.
Yeah.
It's the surrounding fans of the community. And I think that often gets mixed up when people say, well, we play these games and you try to put so much pressure on the fans to get there. Right? You just don't have the fan base to sustain that. Yeah. That's why when you look at the college football playoffs and you see them snub a group of 5 and go for a power 5, they looking at the fan base that can travel and buy them expensive ass tickets, stay in them expensive ass hotels, get them expensive ass plane tickets, and stay there for the amount of time and then go do it the next week at the next playoff site. Yeah. They have the fan bases and the alumni and the wealth and the money that can travel. For us, it is the support of the community that we have to get to come to the game. So if you go to Miami, we already know Bama State and North Carolina Central have not been known to just take 20,000 people a piece and go somewhere and show up and you be like, damn, they deep. They gonna bring who they gonna bring, but you got to have the support of the community to come behind you and then be supportive of the game itself. And I think that often gets mixed up, Scotty, when you talk about matchups and people expecting these fan bases to foot the bill of packing these stadiums. They don't have the fan bases to do it.
Absolutely. Listen, this is my last caller, Dave, coming to you, and then we're gonna shut it down. What's up, Dave?
What's going on, gentlemen? How you guys doing this lovely evening? I want to start off by saying that I was against playing Hampton at Geo.
Oh, really?
I'm against him. Yeah, I was always against playing HBCU at Geo, and the biggest reason why is because we've already got the data that show that it's going to sell out regardless of the opponent. And we've only had 3 visiting bands since 2011. That was when we were in the Meac. I think folks get it confused. Like, the Swac and the Meac are not the same conferences. The Swac bands travel much more than the Meac bands do. There's some bands that do not travel to A&T. And some, it's a 50-50 ordeal back when the Meac had a bunch of teams. So I think there's a false perception about how much the bands travel in that conference. Like, Norfolk will travel to us. The school down the road will travel to us. South Carolina State will travel to us. And that's the list. You know what I'm saying? That's like the consistent list of the bands that will travel to us. So in regards to Hampton, I know folks were saying there's some alums that weren't HBCU at homecoming, but there were 2 reasons why they want it. One, they're not going to be able to bring their band because the alumni was vocal about making sure all the tickets go to them. And 2, we've already got data showing that we can sell it out without an HBCU. We sold out Campbell, we sold out Mama, we sold out Towson. So I know folks are feeling a way about it, but like, that's just the reality of it. Like, so for us, when this became a whole big ordeal, I was like ho-humming it because we really don't get visiting bands like that at Geo. And it's a logistical nightmare for the visiting band anyway. They got to drive all the way from Winston. You ain't gonna get a hotel any closer than that if you ain't fully prepared.
Oh, wow.
So it's not exactly logistically it makes the most sense. I think we have a policy in place since 2017 that bands can't come, that visiting bands don't come, and we made an exception to Norfolk State in 2018. But we only have 3 visiting bands. We only have 2 visiting bands prior to that since 2011. So this is not this. That's why I was kind of shocked. It was like the big back and forth about it all, because we were in the Meac guys.
Did y'all
bands ain't traveling like that?
Question for you: Did y'all win? Did y'all win those homecoming games?
We won Campbell, we lost Monmouth, and we lost Campbell. I mean, we lost Townsend.
Oh, okay.
So
I just because I know AT Roy called about
Campbell
y'all beat.
probably was the best one I've ever seen because that comeback was crazy against Campbell.
Oh, okay.
We were getting.
And what year was that? What year was that?
Year that Jackson played Campbell.
Oh, that was the same year. That was the same year Jackson played Campbell.
Yeah, that was the same year Jackson played Campbell.
Oh, okay.
They had a Campbell did the homecoming tour that year.
Oh yeah, they did. All those.
They went to Jackson.
Yeah. I remember that. Question for you: over under 5 wins for your beloved Ncat.
Push.
That's what we're doing.
Like no, I'm serious. You gotta be 4.5. Like do something like that, man. Don't force me because I had us going 5. I had us going 5. The push for me.
And
I think
who your 5 wins?
Who
your 5 wins?
I got Winston, Central, South Carolina State. We'll win G-Ho, so we'll beat Hampton. And we're either going to clip Townsend or Campbell, one or the other. One of those two. We'll clip those.
I see you can clip. Y'all might clip Campbell.
Sounded real shaky and angry.
Yeah, I'm realistic, man. Like I'm not going to be out here talking crazy and stuff. Like I think this team's going to be better. We finally got a fully staffed strength and conditioning team. We got nutrition. We got all that stuff rocking right now. So I think. And that's showing what the guys look like. We got beefier up front, pause. Defensive line, not worried about the offensive line. The offensive line is going to be fine. We got a good running game. Our quarterback plays improved. I know how you guys feel about David Marsh, but there's no way in hell he's worse than Chris Young.
Can I?
Yeah. Chris Young was bad.
So from my perspective, and there were some games where we were literally a fumble away from winning the game. Like I went to the Rhode Island game. We literally fumbled it in our last possession. That cost us the game. And
can I ask you a question?
In Hampton. So I think we're going to be able to play a lot better this year, and I think our quarterback play is going to be better this year.
Can I ask you a question?
I think we're going to win the conference? No, I'm not foolish.
Oh, we knew that.
I think we're going to be more competitive this year.
Go ahead, P.
Yeah, can I ask you a question, sir?
Sure.
Everybody from A&T seems to only name the black schools that y'all can win. So why go join the white conference if you don't feel like you can beat none of the white schools? Because that's all y'all name is the black schools. So why leave the black schools involved? That's the only schools you gonna name every time to beat.
Football wasn't just the only reason why we went to the CAA, man.
Huh?
We're competitive in other sports too. Like I think that's something that's missed, right? We gotta we're competitive in women's basketball,
bowling.
Men's basketball's been here,
bowling.
But bowling, we're still in the Meac and bowling, believe it or not. So we're still in the Meac and bowling.
Yeah.
Track, we had to rebuild the track program because after Dwayne Ross left, but we almost won the track championship last year, and both indoor and outdoor. So we're competitive in other sports in that conference. So it's not just about football. I know football's the one, and I get it, but at the same time, football's separate from the rest of the sports within that conference. Half of the teams that play football in the CAA aren't full-time members.
Okay, let me ask you this.
So that's why. So
you in the CAA and you competitive in them other sports, but what them other sports are doing for your athletic department?
I think that WNIT run was pretty dope for our athletic department. That joint was packed to the gills when we were in the AIT, women's NIT last season.
You don't think you would have made the women's NIT being in the Meac?
Huh?
You don't think you guys would have made it being in the Meac? You were only going to make it by being in that white conference?
I don't know about. I mean, but the thing is that conference is more competitive too, man. Like I think that was a factor too when it came to making the decision to move on from the Meac. And I just think that we probably would win the conference in the Meac, but I think when we were in the Meac, man, we were dominant in a lot of sports. And at some point, you're going to say, well, we want to probably try to see how we do in other conferences. And that was the decision that the institution made.
But then you go back and constantly say, well, them the schools we're going to beat.
What's going on?
Huh?
No, what did you ask? You went in and out. What did you say?
I said, but then those are the schools that you go back and say, well, them the schools that we gonna beat. It's like you wanted to go somewhere else and try something else just for you to only say, well, these the schools that I feel like we can beat. Like, so it seemed like the focus still is the black school in the white conference. Because I don't hear that same competitive edge that you give of talking about beating the black schools. I don't hear that same edge when the white school name is brought up. And that's why I'm just having a confusion of you over there with them, but I don't hear y'all talking noise about them the way that you do about the black schools.
But here's the response to that, Perry. So when we made the decision to go from the Meac, and we got a whole conversation about this, which is good. This is awesome. We made the decision when the A&T made a decision to go from the Meac to the Big South, and then they got that invite to the CAA. They weren't planning on making that type of jump to the CAA. When they did their feasibility studies, the CAA was the conference that was recommended. But at the time, the budgets weren't going to fit. But when they got the CAA invite, they took it. We knew going into the conference as fast as we did from the Big South to the CAA, it was going to be a 5-year plan. And we're on pace for that. Like, we're on pace for that. Like, the expectation of what we're supposed to be competitive in has been online so far. We were supposed to be competitive in volleyball. We've done okay there. Baseball, we're still trying to get the resources there, but we're doing okay there. We've been able to do some things in there so far. The women's basketball and track, we knew we were going to be competitive there. Football, we knew it was going to take some time. I mean, this is year 2 in the conference in the CAA. We almost won the Big South before we left that conference, so we were pretty much a game out from winning that conference. So it's just a process, man. Like, there's a level of patience that has to be had. But I do agree that we have to start showing some wins soon. Like, we're talking year 3 for all the other sports except for football, right? Because football is year 2, but the rest of the sports is year 3. So this year we should start seeing some more progress. Like, we should be the favorites to win the CAA and women's basketball this year. We should be. We'll see. But we should be the favorites to win it in the CAA basketball this year. And we're playing Norfolk this year in the out of conference, which should be a dope game too. But either way, you know, I think as long as we're not like the doormats. And I think in football, that's where we're sitting, but I think that's going to change. I think over time, that's going to change. So I'm seeing improvement. So, but it's a tough conference, man. I mean, shoot. And they ain't been counting us on our schedule either. And we got to play Richmond, Villanova, Eli. So it's a rough schedule, man. So, and Delaware before they get out of here. So it'll be interesting, man. But I think we're gonna surprise some folks this year. I really do. Anything else, Perry?
I'm good. I'm watching y'all 5-year plan. Then, if that's what you're giving me, I'll sit back and watch the 5-year plan because y'all got to figure it out.
Hey, look, man. Hey, Perry, if 5 years roll by and it's still brutal, don't worry. I'll own it. I know that.
Yeah, you will. I gotta give you that. You will.
I'll own it. But, like, you know, if the administration said it's gonna take 5 years, I mean, our budget is still $10 million less than everybody else in the conference.
Oh, wow.
It just, I guess,
so we're like, so considering some of the stuff we've already had, so we just got to keep turning. We're going in the right direction now. We're rocking. We're good. That's why I'm not really panicked yet. I know the jokes about the 1 in 10 is what it is, but I know a lot of things that happened within that program last year too, so I get it. But I think this year is going to be a different year than what we saw last year.
All right. Hey, appreciate the call though, Dave, as always, man.
Absolutely. Have a good one, guys.
All right, man. You too, man. Listen, y'all. Listen, I'm y'all niggas in this chat. Boy, y'all are ruthless. That was funny.
You know, A&T reminds me of they at the school, right? They at the all-white school. And you talking big noise. You the black kid. I'll whoop everybody ass. I'll whoop everybody ass. And then somebody instigate, be like, well, who asked you a whoop? And you look around and you just point out all the black kids. I'll whoop his ass. I'll whoop. And it's a room full of white folks, but you only point out the people that look like you. And it's like, damn, why you only want to whoop my ass? I thought we was with you. That's what it feel like. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Room full of white folks. You talk, I'll whoop anybody, and you just point out all the few black folks in the room. I'll whoop his ass and his ass, and all the white folks just looking at you like, he's crazy, isn't he? You know? It's like, damn. You won't point out one white person, but you want to whoop all the few black folks that are in here that's willing to fuck with you want to whoop their ass.
Oh,
and I just like, well, if you want to do that fight, just go back to the black school.
Yeah, it just means fight all the black people you want. Fight all the black people you want.
You fight all the black people you want. You just picking out the few black people in the all white school, talking big and bad, like you the bully. I'll whoop everybody ass. Well, who ass would you whoop? This nigga, that nigga. Like, damn. That's how I feel about A&T in the situation, because literally everybody that is called, and you say, well, what games? I ain't heard of white school yet.
Yeah, the blacks. They guarantee them 4 wins, the blacks.
Not even the weakest white school in the conference. Like, damn.
Somebody said Marvel.
That's just how I look at it, Scotty. It's like, damn. I ain't heard them pick the weakest white school. Like, who? Damn.
Yo, niggas is tripping tonight, boy. Hey, my mom used to play Chinese checkers all the time. I love that little game with the balls and you gotta get to the other triangle. Oh man.
That's just what it feel like with A&T, man. That's just
Jesus Christ.
It's like I don't even hear Hampton doing all of this.
Oh man. Y'all, man, it was wild, boy.
Yeah.
Hey, but that's what Ncat's on, man. You know, they just he said I whoop everybody ass here.
I whoop everybody ass in here. And they like, well, who you talking about? This nigga, that nigga, like you just point out the black folks. It's 100 white folks in here just watching you whooping. Just straight whooping. And you ain't pointed out one white person. Oh. They like, well, shit, let them fight each other then. Hell, you know, that's what they do.
I ain't worried about it. I ain't worried
what
about
they do anyway. Shit.
Oh, man. Y'all on some. Listen, how do we, man? Every time we talk about, man, Scotty, how we go 3 hours, how we go 4 hours. This is how we be going.
I told y'all, I don't be knowing it. Just you'll look up, boom, and it's just there. But people gonna watch it because they like to be entertained. And this nothing more than just being in the barbershop, man. This is what this is. Yeah. And then, you trying to prove a point. You call your partner, hey, man, tell you what I was like in high school. I had all of them back in the day, then, and then it just keep going and it go and it goes.
That's how it be.
Tell them I had all them bad ones back in. Boy, tell them, boy, hey, got them on speakerphone, man. Then they say, man, that's your partner. He just saying that because
he's supposed to agree with you. Nah, he know what it is. He know what it is. Like, oh.
Yeah, that's what all this be, man. The folk call in. Nobody even give a damn about none of these games. Where my Southern versus McNeese people at? What did Jackson State people over ULM?
They was in here deep. They was in here deep early, and then all the Powell State fans like, oh, we're beating ULM. Oh, guaranteed.
I can't believe ain't nobody from Jackson called and talked about the ULM.
I'll open the call lines back up just in case I want to do that.
Jackson, where you at? Jaguars, where you at? Who else? Where the FAMU folks at? Oh, they just don't give a damn about South Carolina.
You are the only participant.
They chilling. They got their win.
Oh, they snuck that one and like, you know what? I'm in the cut. We just gonna take it 1-0. 1-0.
1-0 every week. That's all we can do. Go 1-0 every week. That's all they care about. We go 1-0 every week.
What Bama say that? I mean, it's so quiet to say that this game to this magnitude. What the hell the Alabama State Hornets said?
They in the chat. They just don't be calling in. They be in the chat though.
Oh. PV? I can't believe I ain't heard from PV tonight.
They be in the chat.
Damn. Texas Southern.
He said, I'm in here, Southern by 4. Jags by 2 touchdowns. Let me see.
They don't be wanting to call in. They be nervous.
Yeah. Southern by 10. They can't explain this stuff. That's
Come on,
Southern. They can't explain it. They just
where did Jackson State over ULM at, though?
They can't explain it either. That's why they be listening to Zoe. They just whatever Zoe say, they just parrot. Oh yeah. Zoe said it's a Mississippi JUCO.
And I really want to see. I mean, I can't believe with this. It's supposed to be a rivalry game of PV and Texas Southern. I ain't seen no shit talking yet.
Because they know they got a quarterback there and they got 6 snaps. They can't be talking
a rivalry is a rivalry. When I knew we wasn't straight and we lost to Jackson, it didn't stop me from talking shit. It is what it is. But and all the PV people did you hear the slander they was giving us last week?
Them PV Bammers was in here. They was in
Where
here.
they at this week? I ain't heard them say fuck TSU or nothing. Like, damn. Y'all, you quiet because you're nervous. You don't want to talk too much noise. You just want to wait it out. Then next week, I told y'all we was good.
Well, you saw me in the chat. No, Scotty, I was in the chat. I said, yeah, whatever.
I mean, damn, what kind of rivalry is this?
Let me take this caller. 6660 coming to you. Hey, caller, you
Man,
live.
y'all are comical. Y'all comical.
Thank you, man. Try.
But I enjoy y'all. So
we on our country playing shit.
You put a wager out there. You said where were the PV people?
Oh, this PV?
A wager out there and tell me what you want for Texas Southern. I'm gonna take PV.
Oh no, I'm not betting for Texas Southern. You want your I'm not betting. Especially Andrew.
No. I'm just saying you called out, and I'm not saying seriously bet on them, but you said where were we? I think for the most part, we just sitting back, just like you said, FAMU won a game. We just waiting for this weekend to win a game.
You know what?
I think one game at a time.
That sounds scary.
I think PV people don't know how to talk trash.
Well, first of all, what we won't be scared of is when Southern comes in. We won't be
Since
you want to ignore it, I was trying to be politically correct. So if you want to take the hat off and put your money on the table, we can put a bet on it.
Oh, I'll take that. You call back when we get to that time.
He said call back when you get to that time because he got to evaluate his team.
No, look.
Now you want to go game by game.
I'll tell you one thing.
We was quiet. We was cool, collective.
I'm gonna take that bet 100% of the time because we done won 100% of the games at PV in your stadium. So I'm gonna take that bet.
But you know what? Take your wins when you got these guys flunking out of LSU to come to Southern to play with us when we ain't got guys having a scholarship.
Come on, bro. Y'all just got good.
Then you come back and play Grambling and you get muddy whopped against somebody playing in the same state.
Talk noise about Texas Southern. That's my point. How you win a real rivalry and you call it a Labor Day Classic and you won't even talk noise against the school that's what? An hour and 30 minutes from you. You real quiet about a rivalry game.
You
want to talk about the future. I'm just talking about
we don't want to talk to go 0-2 this year and they come to PV. Let's talk now. Put your money where your mouth is. Put your money where your mouth is.
He bringing the heat.
Yeah,
what he said?
Hey, yeah, you spoke to the wrong dude from PV. I'm not like this dude. Everybody else love PV.
He said
put your money where your mouth is.
He said you
ain't Lionel.
He said you gonna come to PV 0-2.
This ain't Lionel. You might come 0-3. Put your money.
Bro, every time y'all talk shit, y'all get y'all feelings hurt. Remember that year y'all beat North Carolina Central in Atlanta? And we had the number one offense with DeWanye Tucker and all. When y'all crying when we whooped y'all ass? Every time y'all get on this high horse about y'all-self, Southern seems to be the team that humbles y'all right back down to reality. And y'all do this every time to y'all-self.
About the old, I don't want to talk about the old. Let's talk about the present. Put your money where your mouth is. Put your money where your mouth is.
Talking about for the Southern PV game?
North Carolina State. Yeah. You stuttering like
I put 50 on.
Put your money where your mouth
is. He said he put 50 on.
I put 50. I mean, let's stop doing the talking. 100% of the time, because we done won 100% of the time. I put 50. We ain't got to do all that. I love it. Who is? What's your name, bro?
And we can be man and say, you know what? I lost. You won. Whatever.
What's his name?
But don't talk no. When you're getting all of these old sorry ass guys from LSU flunking out of school to want to come to Southern, and then you want to say, "Oh, we winning here."
I got his number.
So if you don't talk noise, talk noise.
Hey, I see it's B. Edwards. What's your name though?
Benjamin, like $100.
Benjamin, big like the $100.
Benjamin just on here blowing smoke. Ain't got nothing. Was quiet last year with FAMU. Was quiet against Texas Southern. Y'all won't even talk noise to the game y'all got this week. Who's supposed to be your rival?
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna tell you this. Listen.
I ain't heard you say nothing about beating Texas Southern.
Listen to me closely. First of all, I have not been on the chat listening to anybody talking trash. But what I can say is, I was talking trash when we came to y'all's raggedy school and whooped y'all's ass these last couple of years. I was talking trash then. So if you want to bet the 50, bet the 50.
So do you talk trash when we come to your school and whoop your ass?
And you know what? I talk that same trash and to give you the benefit of that, this is how old I am. When we was losing 30 or 40 games in a row, I thought we was gonna win. We was getting mollywopped. But again, as I tried to tell Coach Cole, I don't think it's the same team. Just like your team ain't the same, I don't think our team is the same. So I hope y'all are like 3-0 coming to PV, and we give you another loss. But I anticipate, like the other guy said, your ass gonna come down there 0-3 possibly, and we gonna mollywop your ass.
You don't believe that, Benjamin. You're doing this for the people. You just a class clown, Benjamin. You don't believe that.
I like it, Benjamin. I like it. I like it. I like it.
You just like it because it's PV and you hit it. They do the same shit every time.
I didn't call you a clown or nothing. I just said put your money where your mouth is.
I said a class clown. I ain't calling you a clown. I ain't disrespecting you. But I'm saying class. But you are talking about whooping our ass. So shit.
I'm just saying brother to brother. Put your money where your mouth is.
I've been putting the 50, Benjamin.
I got his number, B. I got your number. I got Perry's number. So,
and matter of fact, hey, listen, to make it easy for you, if you come to the game,
I'm gonna come to the game, Benjamin.
You might not come. If you come to the game, come to section 109.
Oh, yeah, I got the section for you.
Listen.
I got a seat right beside
Scotty. I find it very funny for him to say if I come to the game, but they don't go to the game.
That's fair. That is fair.
So what
That's
you
fair.
mean if I come to the game?
You
You must ain't never been to when Southern came to town.
I'll pat you on the back. But you know what I can say? I can't say nothing about my sorry other alumni. But since the football stadium has been built, I done had season tickets to the stadium.
Okay.
4 of them.
Well, shout your section out with you and yourself, just like your other partner.
I can't argue that. You are right that the other alumni need to get out their ass and come to the game. So I can't say nothing on that.
Benjamin, let me say this. If Southern go up there and y'all whoop them, I will give you as much time as you need on this show to say your piece. Okay, listen. Don't worry about
it again.
I said if Southern comes to y'all and you beat them, you will have as much time as you need on this channel to say whatever you need to say.
Well,
to say it.
If it's the other way around, Benjamin,
I'm not worried about Southern.
You better bring your ass to the forefront.
I know you asked the question earlier. You went down the schedule, and I know y'all are saying that Alcorn is going to win. I don't think they're going to win. I think TV's going to win, but we're not even looking at Southern. Southern is just a speed bump. The ass whooping that we're looking is.
How do y'all keep skipping over Texas Southern? Like, bro, I don't understand.
We're looking to put both Louisiana schools this year. Now we can do this. Put 50 on both of them. Put 50 on both.
Well, I ain't no Grambling fan, so you're going to have to find.
Because y'all always telling people to turn the TV down, so I can't hear. You're speaking like you're gargling. Put 50 on both of them.
Oh, me? You want me to put 50 on Grambling over y'all? They ain't got nothing to do with me.
Why, you from Louisiana? So take both of them.
I'm not from Louisiana. I went to Southern. But I'm telling you, I don't understand how you skip over Texas Southern.
North and the South. You said that you wanted some trash talk.
You know what?
You didn't pull it out.
You know what, Benjamin? I'll take that 50.
You take that 50, Scotty.
I'm high on Grambling. I'll take that 50. I'll take that. Yeah, I'll bet that back 50. I'll take that 50 for Grambling. I'm high on them. They beat you last year with a Hugh Jackson that wasn't coaching very well. Now they're coming back for seconds in Dallas. I'll take that.
First of all, again, season is over. Did you go to the game?
Of course I didn't go to the game.
Did you go to the game?
Of course I didn't go to the game.
Okay, all right. Well, so if you didn't go to the game, then you really don't know what happened at the game.
I watched the game.
And I
watched
one thing I'll tell you this. Listen, one thing my dad told me is when you lose, accept it, man up, and move on. So I take the loss. But I tell you this, Southern, just expect the ass whooping.
Everybody.
Take a long ride back down.
I love it.
And you get what you get.
Okay. And listen.
I want to say this. I enjoy your show, though.
Oh, no, thank you. No, we appreciate you, Benjamin. Listen, we need more people like you, Benjamin. I love the energy. I love the energy.
I like it.
I love it.
Hey, can I get one thing? Can you stick your thumb up just to know that we're on the same page? So I can see that we're in agreement.
Oh yeah, $50,
Stick your thumb
bitch.
up.
Your ass don't
Stick
change
your thumb
your
up so I
number
can
nor
see that you said you
disappear.
agree with the bet.
Yeah, I'm good.
No, I'm talking about the other guy. Put your thumb up so I can see that we are.
Trying to put my thumb up 3 times. Benjamin, I'm telling you, yes, brother.
He got the TV. He said he got the TV turned down. That's why he can't hear it too. So you know.
Yeah, because y'all always say turn the TV down so you can't, you know.
Well, you can hear me. Yes, Benjamin.
Yeah.
Yes. $50.
Okay. And as I
Section
told you,
101?
if you're fortunate to put gas in your car,
Hey, section 101?
Section 109.
109? I promise you, Benjamin, I be having accents. I will walk over, and I'm very disrespectful at other people's stadiums. I will walk clean to y'all side and look up. Where you at? Where is that at? Well, that's about a 50. What that's about?
This is how confident I am. One, you're not going to be disrespectful. I don't
very
believe that's
disrespectful.
You won't be disrespectful.
I will walk smooth
Section
over
109, row 14, seat 1 through 4. So I would say you might want to be on your best behavior.
Well, now you won't be hard to find, Benjamin, because you'll probably be sitting in that section by yourself. So I
four season tickets.
That won't be too hard to see you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Green ass plus the 50, 109, section 14, 1 through 4.
You won't be hard to find, Benjamin. I'll see you in the section.
You know why I won't be hard to find? Because I have something to say Preview on. And if you put that ugly ass yellow shirt you got on, you won't be hard to find.
Y'all got yellow in y'all colors. What the hell you talking about?
It ain't that yellow. It ain't that yellow there though.
What? How many different colors of yellow are there, Benjamin? Damn, what yellow PV use?
We don't have shitty yellow. That's shitty yellow.
He said that's shitty yellow.
He just going off of whatever he can do now. What's his section, Scotty? He gave you the direction.
He said section 109. You said row 14.
Row 14. It's the one at the top. The first one on the aisle through 4.
1 through 4.
I have my 50 in my pocket. Y'all have a good one.
All right, appreciate it, Benjamin.
Keep
man.
up the good work.
Anytime, man. Anytime.
Yes, sir.
Hey, man, you got what you asked for, P.
I told him to talk shit with Texas Southern, but that's what I'm saying. They deflect when the week of, like when it's Jackson State week, you know what you're going to get from me, right? They got a rivalry game this weekend and overlooking their rival. Now, if Texas Southern come beat their ass because you looking at Southern, I'm going to be the one with the last laugh.
There's going to be some quiet PV fans.
All they can do is deflect. They not even looking at the game in front of them. And this is supposed to be your.
I am waiting.
Talking about Southern.
I am waiting
your biggest
for this
rival.
shirt. So this is the shirt I bought from Lionel, right? Why not PV? Now look at the back.
All right.
So when they start losing and this gets further and further away, I'm gonna bring it closer and closer to the camera. Because this is what PV people are saying.
You see?
That's what they saying. So you better straighten up and fly right.
And let me tell you something. I'm honored by the people that call in and talk shit to me because all they can do is always bring up something. That just let me know where we at as a brand. Because all they can do is talk shit to something. See, there you go. Stop that hating. You couldn't even help yourself. I wasn't even talking to you. And you just instantly started hating. That's just your expression. But all they can do is talk shit to Southern. That's all they can do. I love it. We their favorite game. They look forward to the Jaguar Nation and the Southern Band and all that we bring. I love it. I don't hear them talk noise about no Alabama A&M, Alabama State. They won't even talk noise against their biggest rival, Texas Southern at PV. They're supposed to be their biggest rival. Texas Southern outside of Southern, the only school that would actually come to PV. And they don't even acknowledge them. But I love it. I appreciate y'all, man. Look, we are everybody's favorite school. It is an honor and a pleasure to hear your shit talking because I know what that means. It's a lot of respect because if we wasn't nothing, I wouldn't hear nothing from. That's why you don't hear nothing about them talking to Texas Southern. Texas Southern is nothing, so they don't even talk to them. So it's an honor and a pleasure. You just can't, it's eating you up, ain't it, Scotty? Just, you want to say something about Southern so bad. The powerhouse. Yo, you can't help yourself. You ready to bite into that bottle is pissing you just.
Listen.
Yeah.
Y'all, you know, listen, you feel however you feel about, you know.
Everybody always want to talk. I mean, do you not be sitting here listening to every time what they got to say about Southern?
I mean, Perry, you're a Southern representative. So if I get on talking trash and you on here, you a Southern representative, so I can understand why people talk trash to Southern. You on here.
But we don't even be having shit to do with shit. I said Southern and Texas Southern. I didn't even have nothing to do with that. I said Texas Southern and PV. He just couldn't help himself. And since when PV started feeling like they can get off to Southern, that was that shit last year with that Alabama A&M. That's why it's a must win against McNeese. They got me fucked up. You know, this is crazy where we at now as being Southern, man. And Eric Dooley, bro, I blame him for this horrible, huh?
The setback.
This is preposterous. This is the fact that folks feeling like all of a sudden, I mean, god damn, Dooley did this to us, bro. The disrespect that all of a sudden, A&M last year, I had never heard, and I can't even tell you last time we lost to A&M. And the craziness that came with it. Now, PV, we fired our coach for losing to y'all. Do y'all understand that? Like, y'all don't even comprehend that get your ass fired. That's crazy. This is just killing me. It's killing me. We got to do better.
This caller, 3449 coming to you.
Hello.
Yeah, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, it's D Black, man.
It's D Black. What's up, D?
Yeah, what's good, brother? Hey, man, we finally made it, dog. You know how long I've been watching the show?
How long?
For like years, bro. For years, since the very beginning.
Oh, thank you,
and
man.
Here we are, dog. Here we are on the main stage. We got Perry talking about Prairie View, dog. Like, it'd be a time you wouldn't even talk about PV, bro. Like, I've been in chat, like, go PV, go PV. You wouldn't even acknowledge it, dog. And here we are on the main stage on a Monday night show. Man, God be praised, dog. I'm happy to be here, man. I'm happy to be here. But listen, so we don't really acknowledge Texas Southern. That's really more of like a band battle, dog. Texas Southern is like a speed bump, bro. Like, you went to Texas Southern, like, you for undergrad, you really out here down bad. So we don't really acknowledge Texas Southern whatsoever. So that's really, we just hope that the band does well. But we looking forward. We got bigger goals this year. So salute to all 14, 15 people in the chat, man. We're gonna turn up this year for sure.
All right, D. Hey, listen, man. I appreciate you rocking with me, man. Listen, everybody deserves their moment, man. Everybody deserves their moment.
So I'm so happy we're here, man. We here, man. I'm excited. Speaking you. Y'all have a good one.
All right, boy. Oh man, y'all are
not getting ignored no more. And look, little do y'all know we helping y'all out. We've been trying to boost them around. Y'all shit trying to get y'all a jump start for the longest.
Yeah.
When are y'all gonna get it? They're only looking forward to one game. Guess which one it is?
Southern.
They only looking forward to one game. So
ever since that brawl, it ain't never been the same, man. Ever since that brawl, ain't never been
that's all they look forward to is us. It's Southern. Hey, Southern. I get it, PV. I get it. Y'all like us. I get it. Y'all are not a rival. Okay? You're not a rival. You're just another game on the schedule.
Just another nigga, huh? Just another nigga.
That's another nigga. What he told her on He Got Game, get that hate out your heart, son, or you'll end up like another nigga just like your father. Get that hate out your heart, PV. Get it out. Get that hate out your heart.
Oh man, this
PV starting to act like they Jackson State to Southern, aren't they? Well, like, where they getting this from?
They try to slide up in that top rivalry. Hey, listen,
y'all will never be a rival. I mean,
they try to slide up in that J like, hey, what about us?
No. The PV will never see a rival. Don't nobody even go over there. I'm trying to help y'all out. Maybe y'all will do better one day, but damn, there's just to hell with Texas Southern.
Listen, I know KJ gonna text me tomorrow. I'm like, man, PV was coming hard. Because he always catches on the replay, so he gonna text me tomorrow. I'm like, yeah, you see my PV people, They coming out. I'm like, yeah.
I like it though. It's about time.
All three of them.
Bro, how long you been scratching and pulling trying to get these folks to say something and do something?
Man. Honestly, I haven't really cared about PV calling in or anything like that because they really been irrelevant to me, right? That's why D said what he said. Like, he said, we on the main stage, we made it, you know what I'm saying? Like, I really wouldn't talk about PV like that. I think the real thing was like Jackson and that FAMU, that was big time with Dion and all that stuff. That rivalry was big. Of course, Southern and Jackson, that's always a big week. The Magic City Classic don't really be hitting on nothing. The Bayou Classic really don't be hitting on nothing. The Grambling and Prairie View don't be hitting on nothing. All Corner Southern's a good one. All Corner Southern's a good one that people call in and kind of bicker with.
I'll be quiet. I promise. I'll be quiet. I don't got nothing to say. I'm very quiet when it comes. Alcorn, y'all got me. And I'm glad y'all don't call in and antagonize me. I appreciate y'all because I got nothing for Alcorn. I mean, absolutely nothing. PV think they've been whooping our ass. They have not. Alcorn been whooping our ass. I got nothing for them. Now, I will show respect, to Alcorn. And I hate to do it, but I can't help it. What can I say? We won, once, twice in a decade? What the fuck can I say?
Yeah. That's fair.
But PV, come on, man. Come on, man. Y'all, really? Now y'all done made it, huh? Y'all finally got to that deluxe apartment in the sky.
Yeah.
But don't nobody be talking noise, man. Look, we done hit 4 hours again. It'd be crazy how we can get to 4 hours.
I definitely gotta chop this stuff up. Y'all be trying to get me working, bro. But PV, you know what it is.
These niggas prayed on my downfall. These niggas prayed on my downfall.
That's what I'm waiting for. That's what I'm waiting for.
That's why they sent Dooley over here. Dooley was an op. He secretly came over here and set us back to put PV in this position. God damn it, Dooley. Why, bruh? We was straight up into that point.
Roman Banks fell for it.
God damn it. And then we still paying them 2 more years for this setup. Shit.
Oh, man.
I'm sick of PV already tonight.
Y'all earned that one. Y'all earned that. All right.
We got some good games, so Sky, I'm looking forward to it, man. And hey, shout out to me, everybody. I'm just gonna toot my own horn now. Y'all know we've been doing this NCAA thing. Have y'all fallen off the NCAA? Look, y'all. Hey, don't be a hater. Once again, are y'all falling off the NCAA? Because I love the game, but in our dynasty that this young man right here started, who he thought he was gonna whoop everybody's ass and go undefeated, I now got the best team on the dynasty with a 73 overall. 10-2, 6-2 in conference play, ranked in the top. I got Hampton University ranked in the top 25. Can y'all believe that? So I'll leave that at that. And you still playing in the damn Celebration Bowl, man. That's jacked up.
It's FAMU. What can I say?
Yeah. Shout out to me. Yeah. I got that. That's why I don't even sound good.
When you hear that, the champ is here. Let's go, champs. When you hear that, the champs is here.
And Mike Reed, where you at? I'm looking for you on the NCAA. You ducking me. I sent him like 6 invites. He wasn't going for it. He ducking me.
I'm gonna text him. I'm gonna text him and let him know.
Please.
All right, listen. Until next time, appreciate everybody for tuning in. Make sure y'all check out my boy Perry on the Jaguar Journal on Facebook and YouTube on the Yard Sports as well. Make sure y'all tune in and lock in with him. Guys, tomorrow, Coach's Corner with Mr. Campbell, Rocky, Coach Cole. They're going to be killing it as always. Wednesdays, the breakdown as well as the new show, The Rebuttal. HBCU Live is going to be taking a hiatus because Bama's got stuff to do. All right, so we're going to try to get that in. But listen, until next time, Oh, and then Thursday, make sure you tune in to that ULM ass whooping. Make sure you tune in and watch JSU lose to ULM. All right.
Shout out to you for helping the ratings.
Mississippi JUCO. You said what?
Shout out to you for helping the ratings for that game. The ratings gonna probably go up because you just yelled that out.
You know, I try. I do what I can. The commissioner need to give me a check. Anyway, until next time, you know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna holler. God bless.